Chapter 868. On the Shen Yuan stage, the life and death contract was signed. Boom. Boom. Almost at the same time, two bursts of majestic airflow rose to the sky. When these two bursts of airflow rose from the Shen Yuan stage, the imposing mana generated instantly shook the entire stage. Radiating from the Shen Yuan stage, this wave of vibration spread across a few hundred miles. The powerful spiritual qi fluctuations caused everyone at the scene to breathe rapidly. These two bursts of imposing mana seemed to be the end of the world as it made people panic. In the sky to the east, Xin Tianwen urged his body and spread open the heavenly emperor wings. His entire body had become 3 or 4 times bigger than usual. When he flapped the heavenly emperor wings, two bursts of strange lights transformed into strange and powerful colors as they rolled in the sky. Like waves of light, they were incredibly dazzling. Heavenly emperor wings. Once again, the people watching the battle below the stage breathed rapidly. Indescribable admiration was revealed from their eyes. Indeed, the legendary heavenly emperor wings lived up to its reputation. As soon as this power was unleashed, it made the sun and moon appear dim. The entire sky changed color. Strange lights flashed from Xin Tianwen's eyes. Inside his pupils, different strange runes had transformed. As they kept changing, they appeared even more strange and indescribable. No wonder he was the honorable heavenly emperor. As soon as he made a move, he urged his temperament to the extreme. He was about to welcome the fourth calamity of the genuine supreme Dao stage. Even among the totem clan, his strength was enough to rank in the top 5. Could Qin Wushuang truly fight against heavenly emperor Xin Tianwen? At this moment, even those people who were initially optimistic about Qin Wushuang could not help but lose some of their optimism. At this moment, on the western horizon, a burst of star-like light rose slowly. Initially, it was a burst of glimmering light. When this glimmering light passed through the blue dome of heaven, as if it was burning, it left a trail of beautiful purple across the sky. As if deliberately competing with the heavenly emperor, the purple cloud yin-yang wings fluttered against the wind and did not yield to the heavenly emperor wings. As the purple wings flapped, bursts of purple ripples overflowed. It formed bursts of shockwaves and formed a confrontation with the lights of the heavenly emperor wings. Boom! When bursts of lights collided, it was extremely dazzling. The entire sky was multicolored as all kinds of strange lights shot in all directions. However, behind this kind of beauty, there was a boundless killing intent. TSK, rumor has it that Qin Wushuang has a pair of wings on his back. These two were really evenly matched. Kana is indeed a fated duel. The duel between the heavenly emperor's wings and the purple cloud yin-yang wings was obviously a highlight for this battle. Everyone's interest was instantly raised to the extreme. Although Qin Wushuang was only at the 7th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage, when he activated his aura, behind the purple light, there was a seemingly illusory 5-colored divine light. It allowed his aura to not lose to Xin Tianwen at the 3rd calamity of the genuine Supreme Dao stage. When Xin Tianwen saw Qin Wushuang's imposing mana, he also drew a breath of cold air. Indeed, this little bastard has improved his strength quickly. It seems that although he has not entered the genuine Supreme Dao stage, his divine power is not weaker than mine. If I don't use this chance to kill him today, there will be endless troubles in the future. When he thought here, how could Xin Tianwen hesitate? He flapped his wings and along with the change of speed, he waved the slaughtering sword from his hand. The divine power of the 3rd calamity of the genuine Supreme Dao stage waved out tens and thousands of sword lights. From east to west, he slashed over. Qin Wushuang let out a roaring laugh. Good. He also held a sword in his hand, the heavenly emperor sword. This heavenly emperor sword was a righteous sword. It did not have any fancy mysteries. However, when it was used, its power was extraordinary. Qin Wushuang grabbed the heavenly emperor sword and also slashed out with it. Like two long dragons bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws, they met each other in a narrow path in the sky. Neither would yield. Boom! The sword energies collided with each other, creating countless ripples that shot out in circles. The entire sky was suppressed by the boundless sword energies. Sword chi shot out in all directions, shooting down countless birds that were flying high up in the sky. In terms of shrewdness, Xin Tianwen was a few thousand years old supreme Dao elite warrior. Regardless of combat experience or the degree of fusion with the genuine supreme Dao weapon, he surpassed Qin Wushuang. However, Qin Wushuang's advantage lay in the fact that the grade of the Heavenly Emperor sword was much more powerful than the genuine Divine Six weapons. Only a divine weapon that once accompanied a genuine Supreme Dao elite warrior to pass the 9th calamity of the genuine Supreme Dao stage was qualified to be called a genuine Supreme Dao weapon. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Wushuang was still slightly lacking in terms of the Supreme Dao stage and that the fusion time was not as long as Xin Tianwen, it would be enough to suppress Xin Tianwen with this genuine Supreme Dao 9th calamity weapon. This was not an exaggeration. After all, the 9th calamity divine weapon was something all paramount totem elite warriors yearned for even in their dreams. The weapon of a paramount totem elite warrior did not have the qualifications to pass the 9th calamity. Once he passed the 9th calamity, he would be at the soaring Galaxia stage. Previously, Xin Tianwen had seen Qin Wushuang perform the Heavenly Emperor sword. He also revealed some astonishment from his eyes as he pondered, "This kid's weapon is truly exceptional. I wonder what grade it is. If my genuine Divine Six weapons had not merged with me for thousands of years, plus my own stage suppressing him, it would not have been able to resist his sword. Indeed, this kid has great luck, he even has such divine weapons. If I can take him down and seize those supreme equipment, the Heavenly Emperor clan will be even more powerful. In the future, even the Totem clan will not be able to suppress my Xin clan." With lofty ambitions, Xin Tianwen gave a long whistle and unleashed the power of the slaughtering sword continuously. He started to fight with Qin Wushuang in the middle of the sky. Qin Wushuang was extremely cooperative as he started to tangle with Xin Tianwen. Qin Xiaotian could not refrain from frowning slightly. Inwardly, he thought, "Is head chief Wushuang overconfident? It's not reasonable to fight with Xin Tianwen using sword techniques. Isn't this falling right into his trap?" Among Xin Tianwen's sword techniques, there was a set called the 9 killing sword technique. The sword technique was unpredictable. When performed, 1 would turn into 9, and 9 would turn into 1. Each move would take one's life. As soon as he performed this 9 killing sword technique, the slaughtering sword immediately transformed into a devil from hell. Carrying bitter murderous intentions, bursts of sword techniques slashed at him like lightning. Like flying birds, dragons, snakes, lightning, and torrential rain, this 9 killing sword technique had endless changes. Different forms of murderous intentions greeted Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang was incredibly calm. He spun the purple cloud yin-yang wings at a high speed and waved the Heavenly Emperor sword. In fact, he also performed a set of exquisite sword techniques. When he performed this set of sword techniques, even Shen Yuan Ba was greatly astonished. It was because Qin Wushuang's set of sword techniques could not be called a sword technique. If the 9 killing sword technique had a set of rules, then Qin Wushuang's set of sword techniques had no rules at all. It was messy and disorderly, as if a guy who did not know how to use the sword was playing with sword techniques. However, it was brilliant in that although this set of sword techniques did not have any rules, each attack could often break Xin Tianwen's killer moves. No more and no less, it seemed to have been prepared to break Xin Tianwen's murderous move. It was tailor-made. Grand Elder, the head chief set of sword techniques is so strange. Have you seen it before? Qin Chongyang could not refrain from asking. He still harbored doubts about such fighting style. Qin Xiaotian smiled bitterly and said, "Chongyang, the head chief, this young man, frankly speaking, has already reached a stage where even I can't understand him. For today's round, even without signing the life and death contract, if Xin Tianwen cannot win against him, he will never have the chance to win against him." Qin Chongyang and Qin Yunran exchanged a glance and felt apprehensive inwardly. The Grand Elder's evaluation made them feel uneasy and did not have much confidence. "Grand Elder, can the head chief win against Xin Tianwen?" Ji Song asked casually. He was rather straightforward and did not know how to beat around the bush. Qin Xiaotian only smiled and did not answer. He turned to ask Thousand Feeler Cloud Chasing Beast, Friend Chasing Cloud, "What do you think?" Thousand-feeler cloud-chasing beast shrugged and said with an ambiguous tone, "At least from now on, the odds are 50-50. Neither of them can do anything to the other. However, clearly these two have many trump cards they have not used. We must see how their trump cards clash to see some clues." It was the absolute truth. Now, both parties were still probing each other and had not used their best moves. Regardless of one's eyesight, they could not make an accurate prediction. It was because from the current point of view, these two were on par with each other. The only difference was that Xin Tianwen's attacks were rather swift and violent. For now, Qin Wushuang was mostly on the defense. Saberbeard's side was rather calm. It was because for now, he could not see through anything. Although Xin Tianchen had already asked a few times nervously, Saberbeard's eyes were fixed on Saberbeard's face. Only, Saberbeard's gaze moved from Qin Wushuang's body. Occasionally, a burst of strange lights flashed in his eyes. Then, he shot a glance at Shen Yuanba with an extremely strange expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Xin Tianwen was extremely annoyed. His set of ninth killing sword technique was his proudest work, yet it was restrained by Qin Wushuang's technique that lacked any technique. He could not unleash his endless murderous intentions. Desperation leads to change. Xin Tianwen waved the slaughtering sword and pulled the heavenly oppress spear back to his hand. At the same time, he shook the pair of wings on his back again. In a burst of light, it transformed into 4 forked arms. Xin Tianwen straightened his neck and a head grew next to his neck. When he straightened his neck to the right, another head popped out. 3 heads and 6 arms. Xin Tianwen let out an eerie laugh. Holding the genuine divine 6 weapons with his 6 arms, he manipulated all of them in his hands. Like a great devil god, he revealed a malevolent expression. Surrounding his body, lights of different colors burst forth. Surrounding the lights, different types of runes emerged and appeared incredibly terrifying. For such an unforeseen event, even Xin Tianwen was somewhat surprised. However, he immediately regained his calm. With a roaring laugh, he threw the Heavenly Emperor sword into the sky. Next, he threw out the Earth Emperor spear. With one on the left and one on the right, he scattered them to protect his body. He grabbed with his hand and pulled out a yin and yang battle blade. Yin-yang nature blade. A blade that could break the yin and yang. This yin-yang nature blade was more powerful than the Heavenly Emperor sword and the Earth Emperor spear. Qin Wushuang held the blade with his right hand and used his divine soul to control the Heavenly Emperor sword and the Earth Emperor spear. He defended the door and started to fight with Xin Tianwen's 3 heads and 6 arms. Despite Xin Tianwen having 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not break Qin Wushuang's door. Qin Wushuang activated the 3 genuine Supreme Dao 9th Calamity weapons together and the 5-colored divine lights kept surging from his back. Qin Wushuang shouted, "Xin Tianwen, don't think that you can play any big tricks with 3 heads and 6 arms. Take my blade." As he urged the blade light, it divided the yin and yang. Like the light of the sun and the moon, it swept over after splitting into 2. No wonder this yin-yang nature blade had the name of creation. Currently, Qin Wushuang had mastered the supreme Dao essence of the water and fire attributes. Naturally, this yin-yang nature blade was extremely compatible with him. "Today, I went to the building material market to buy the floor and will only return in the afternoon. Therefore, the update is late. However, regardless of how late it is, regardless of how tired I am, even if I fight until late at night, I will not go back on my word. I must get it out no matter what." To be continued. If you want to know about the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 869. Indeed, this yin-yang nature blade was not a bluff. Indeed, the blade momentum was profound and possessed the imposing manner to break yin and yang. On the other side of the blade light, golden lights shone like the scorching sun in the sky. On the other side of the blade light, silver splendor sparkled. The moonlight was like water and appeared extremely cold. The most wonderful part was that this yin-yang nature blade seemed to be extremely compatible with the purple cloud yin-yang wings. Borrowing the imposing manner of the purple cloud yin-yang wings, The power of this blade was 30% stronger than the original. Before this blade swept before Xin Tianwen did not dare to neglect it. He rolled his body in the air and evaded the power of this blade. At the same time, he threw the 8 defense golden light shield above Qin Wushuang's head. Immediately, a giant umbrella-like golden light shield opened up. Like a waterfall, light curtains flew down from all directions and covered the sky above the Shen Yuan stage. Qin Wushuang knew the power of this 8 defense golden light shield. When he saw Xin Tianwen bring out this 8 defense golden light shield, he stayed alert. He threw out the yin-yang nature blade and used his strongest divine power to blast out a burst of meteoric light. Immediately, the yin-yang nature blade transformed into a ball of yin and yang divine light to shoot at the 8 defense golden light shield. Boom! Immediately, the giant light shield dispersed when the yin-yang nature blade collided with it. As if the ball of light exploded, the light overflowed in all directions and illuminated the entire blue dome of heaven. Before he could unleash the power of the 8 defense golden light screen, Qin Wushuang had torn it apart with the blade light of the yin-yang nature blade. This time, the power of a 9th calamity genuine supreme Dao weapon was finally revealed. Xin Tianwen was shocked. He rarely used the 8 defense golden light shield. Once he did, it was almost invincible. Even if there were elite warriors that could resist the 8 defense golden light shield, they would rely on defensive equipment to resist the binding of that meteoric light. They would not be controlled by the power whirlpool of the 8 defense golden light shield. Ever since Xin Tianwen stepped onto the path of martial arts, it was his first time encountering a situation where his attack was broken directly. Inwardly, he could not refrain from feeling apprehensive as he swore angrily, "Monster." Without thinking, he pulled the god-killing bow. Following this burst of meteoric light, countless arrows shot towards Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang laughed heartily. When the flowing light of the yin-yang nature saber reached its limit, the flowing light suddenly trembled and fell down like a curtain. A light curtain like a black hole immediately enveloped Qin Wushuang's body. When the arrows collided with the surface of the light barrier, it was as if they had entered an infinitely high-temperature pill furnace and were immediately refined into dregs. Xin Tianwen was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Wasn't this kid's defense power somewhat monstrous? The god-slaying bow and the 8 defenses golden light screen had always been a perfect match. The 8 defenses golden light screen enveloped his opponent, and the god-slaying bow shot him to death. The god-slaying bow was extremely sinister. Once it hit its target, it would be like a maggot on a rotten bone. It would bite at the divine soul and destroy both the divine soul and the physical body. Its power was extremely shocking. However, the 8 defenses golden light screen was unable to lock down Qin Wushuang on the first try. Naturally, the power of the God-Slayer bow was greatly reduced. Between the attack and defense of Qin Wushuang's yin-yang nature saber, the power had immediately suppressed the limelight of the genuine divine 6 weapons. When the audience saw such a peak battle, immediately there was a burst of cheers. They were almost going crazy. This was truly too exciting. Regardless of who was attacking and who was defending, the level of excitement of this battle had far surpassed their imagination. Even Shen Yuan Ba of the Totem clan felt anxious when he saw a battle at this level. Inwardly, he pondered how much chance he would have if he were to encounter such an opponent. One must say that even for Shen Yuan Ba, he did not have the confidence to win when encountering these 2 opponents. He might even lose. Too powerful. Being the Heavenly Emperor, Xin Tianwen had always been domineering. However, before the Shen Yuan clan, he was still well behaved. Like a grandson, he would not dare to act presumptuously. However, for powerhouses outside the Totem clan, Xin Tianwen had never submitted to anyone. But today, he finally met a bone that he couldn't chew off. This young man of the Qin clan was able to make Xin Tianwen, who had been famous for a few thousand years, suffer such humiliation. This Qin Wushuang seemed to be only a little over 30 years old. In the martial arts world, such age was the age when one had just stepped onto the road. Many martial artists were still enjoying being a hedonistic son. Qin Wushuang was already on par with Xin Tianwen, the Heavenly Emperor. What else could they say? There was only one word: monstrous. Truly monstrous. Even the totem clan was impressed, not to mention others. Of course, everyone knew that Qin Wushuang was able to deal with Xin Tianwen's attack with such ease because of the weapon he used. Almost everyone knew about the reputation of the genuine Divine Six weapons. The genuine Divine Six weapons were almost Xin Tianwen's signature and the strongest trump card of the Xin clan in the past. To put it bluntly, if Xin Tianwen did not have the genuine Divine Six weapons, initially it would have been impossible for him to seize the Heavenly Emperor seat from the Qin clan. The genuine Divine Six weapons were Xin Tianwen's trump card. Now, this trump card was suppressed by Qin Wushuang, the young disciple of the Qin clan. Regardless, on the level of weapons, Xin Tianwen's previous advantage was completely gone. On the contrary, the aspect of weapons had become Xin Tianwen's disadvantage. This was something no one could have imagined before. Who would have guessed that Xin Tianwen would fall behind in terms of weapons during a showdown at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? It's widely rumored that Qin Wushuang, the head chief of the Qin clan, inherited the immemorial formation. It seems it's true. It seems that this matter is absolutely true. Oh, how do you know? Don't you know? The weapon used by Qin Wushuang has clearly suppressed the genuine Divine Six weapons. When did the Qin clan have such powerful weapons? Wasn't it obtained from the ancient array? If the Qin clan had such powerful weapons, they would not have lost to the Xin clan 1,000 years ago. That's right. When the Qin clan lost in the past, they lost to the genuine Divine Six weapons. Or else, the foundation of the Xin clan would be inferior to the Qin and Yun clan in other aspects. Various guesses were heard from beneath the stage. However, to the current situation, it would not help at all. Although Xin Tianwen could not win after a long battle, he was able to keep his composure. He thought inwardly, this Qin Wushuang has such a heaven-defying weapon. To break his defense, I am afraid it would be difficult to gain the upper hand with weapons. It seems I must summon the sealed puppets. Even if the sealed puppets are sacrificed, as long as they entangle that Qin Wushuang for an instant, I can use this opportunity to shoot him to death. Thinking here, Xin Tianwen grabbed with one of his arms and opened his palm. He threw it into the air and a lightning-like light shot out from the seal. Two majestic ferocious beasts jumped out from the smoke. They spat out clouds and fog. Their appearance was astonishing and terrifying. Ninth Calamity. It was the Ninth Calamity Transformation Supreme Dao stage. Initially, Saberbeard got this sealed beast soul. It was different than the twin-sealed beast soul used by Xin Tianchen. It was a beast soul at the Ninth Calamity Transformation Supreme Dao stage. In fact, Xin Tianwen felt rather regretful for making a mistake in predicting the enemy. Initially, he had underestimated the Qin clan's candidate and did not take into account the accident of thousand-feeler cloud-chasing beast. He should have given this more powerful sealed beast soul to Xin Tianchen. This way, he would at least have the power to fight with thousand-feeler cloud-chasing beast. He might even have the hope to win. The combined power of these two twin ferocious beasts would definitely surpass the sum of 1 + 1. Perhaps, they could unleash 4 or 5 times the power. With such power, if they worked together with Xin Tianchen, they might have the power to fight with thousand-feeler cloud-chasing beast. However, it was too late to say anything now. Xin Tianwen decided that even if he had to sacrifice these two beast souls, he must knock down Qin Wushuang. The benefits he would gain from knocking down Qin Wushuang would definitely surpass the value of these two twin beast souls. Thinking here, Xin Tianwen chanted the spell and started to brainwash these two beast souls. At the Heavenly Fire southern border, Xin Tianwen learned 2 unique skills of the beast clans. One of them was this beast controlling technique. He could control the sealed beast souls to fight at will. He could make these beast souls live and die at will. In fact, this beast controlling technique was a puppet technique in disguise. Only, its puppets were beast soul puppets. They were different than Qin Wushuang's golem puppets. However, in essence, they were the same thing. The two ferocious beasts gave a mad roar. From left and right, they attacked Qin Wushuang fiercely. Xin Tianwen let out an evil grin and freed his 2 palms to shoot out 2 bursts of divine lights with strange beast talisman scripts. When it shot onto the bodies of the 2 ferocious beasts, instantly, lights erupted from the entire body of the two beasts. A burst of extremely ancient desolate beast presence filled the entire Xian Yuan stage. Roar! Roar! With two world-shaking roars, the two ferocious beasts were already baring their fangs and brandishing their claws to kill Qin Wushuang. The speed at which they shattered the sky left behind two clear space ripples. It was incredibly terrifying. Qin Wushuang let out a strange laugh. A knowing smile of "You finally used your trump card" spilled out from the corner of his mouth. This smile was like an indestructible golden needle. It pierced Shin Tianwen's originally firm mind ruthlessly. What is this kid laughing at? A trace of doubt flashed across Shin Tianwen's mind. Distracting thoughts, another strand of distracting thoughts. Shin Tianwen was a great elite warrior, a great elite warrior. How could he not know that this distracting thought was a crack in his mind? To put it in a small way, it was only a thought. To put it in a big way, it was most likely a heart devil that would affect his mind. The initially confident Shin Tianwen never had such a shadow in his heart. Yet now, when he was signing the life and death contract, a trace of haze flashed across his mind. This time, it had appeared again. The two continuous haze had caused a genuine crack to appear in Shin Tianwen's spiritual perception. It was a genuine heart devil. This heart devil had been planted when he was injured. Unless he defeated Qin Wushuang and killed him, this heart devil would only be extinguished. Or else, it would become an eternal worry. Qin Wushuang's leisurely laughter emerged. Shin Tianwen, is this desolate beast a fortuitous opportunity you acquired at the southern border? Nice, if you don't have any new trump cards, how could you be qualified to be my opponent? This time, I will let you witness my skills. Qin Wushuang's laughter was like thunder as it rolled across the sky continuously. Qin Wushuang's figure kept swaying. Under the contrast of the 5-colored divine lights, he kept splitting into puppets with the same appearance as Qin Wushuang. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. There were a total of 9. Not one of these 9 puppets was an illusion. They were all genuine Supreme Tao puppets with flesh and blood. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 870. With 9 golem puppets and 1 original body, a total of 10 of them scattered into a half-fan shape in the sky. Like a graceful rainbow, they set off the 5-colored divine lights and appeared insufferably majestic. Ha ha, Shin Tianwen, you can only control 2 desolate beasts. Do you have any more? Qin Wushuang used a teasing tone and said jokingly. Shin Tianwen fixed his gaze and could not help but laugh. Qin Wushuang, don't be so arrogant. For these puppets, you cannot win with numbers. Your numbers are great, but it's not important. It's fine to confuse people's eyes and ears. If you want to rely on the sea of people, your useless puppets are far from enough. Shin Tianwen's eyes were vicious. With one look, he knew that Qin Wushuang's puppets were not top-notch in terms of individual strength. They would definitely not surpass the 3rd calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. Such Supreme Tao puppets could not be said to be weak. However, in a battle between genuine Supreme Tao elite warriors, clearly they were not qualified. At least, Shin Tianwen did not put them in his eyes. He felt that with his strength, he could destroy all these puppets in 5 moves. A trace of ridicule was revealed from the corner of Qin Wushuang's mouth. Of course, he would not tell the other party the use of his puppets. He laughed inwardly and said, Shin Tianwen, when you taste the power of the 9 Palace Return 1 Sword formation, you will know how it feels. The 9 golem puppets completely obeyed the control of Qin Wushuang's divine soul. The 9 long swords danced in a semicircular arc. The sword lights had already congealed into a ball and shot at Shin Tianwen with a loud rumble. Suddenly, the 9 figures dispersed and formed a circle. When the formation was activated, wind and thunder burst forth. Like sword fairies, the figures of the 9 golem puppets cooperated with each other skillfully. 9 Palace Return 1 Sword formation. It absorbed the essence of the 9 Palace formation. It was a technique that used the changes of body movements to create dislocation attacks. It also overlapped the individual's strength to form different combinations of powerful attacks. Its characteristics lay in the formation of the 9 palace, the changes of body movements, and the sense of position. The condensed attack of unity was able to condense the power of 9 people together. Through the transformation of the array, it could form a powerful attack that far exceeded the power of 9 people. To put it bluntly, Qin Wushuang had spent a lot of time and effort to practice this spirit array to this point. Although he couldn't increase its power by 81 times, he could still increase its power by 66 to 36 times. The most crucial thing was that the array was a combination of attack and defense. Once the array was successfully set up, the entire array would be in a state of chaos. If one couldn't find the core of the array, one wouldn't be able to break the array at all. Other than parrying, there was no other way. Even if one was a real Supreme Tao expert, in front of the array that was 36 times stronger, how much could one do? The Supreme Tao realm of a genuine Supreme Tao elite warrior, his Supreme Tao realm might be dozens of times higher than a coagulate Supreme Tao warrior. However, there were 9 people in this formation to begin with. Each person could unleash 36 times the power. If it was increased by 9 times, it would be more than 300 times the power. If one wanted to destroy this array with brute force, it would be impossible unless one was a paramount elite warrior of the genuine Supreme Tao stage. If these Supreme Tao puppets could all advance to the 6th calamity of the transformation Supreme Tao stage, most likely even those at the peak of the genuine Supreme Tao stage could not destroy it with brute force. Once all genuine Supreme Tao elite warriors set up the array, they could instantly kill all elite warriors of the Tianxian land. No one below the heavenly Supreme Tao stage would be a match for them. Unfortunately, this array had not been unleashed to the highest stage of 99 to 81 times. After all, the person who set up the array did not reach that monstrous stage. Only, it was enough to entangle Xin Tianwen. When the golem puppets entangled Xin Tianwen, Qin Wushuang roared with laughter. He put away the Heavenly Emperor sword and the Earth Emperor spear and did not fight with those 2 vicious beasts. He grabbed with both hands and pulled out the graceful spiritual bow. When this divine bow that had been suppressed for more than a dozen years appeared again, it carried a burst of powerful anger and resentment. It was as if it felt incredibly oppressed by Qin Wushuang hiding it for such a long time and urgently needed to erupt. The graceful spiritual bow stretched out and shone with golden lights. When Qin Wushuang touched the graceful spiritual bow, a burst of incomparably familiar feeling immediately emerged from his heart. As if they were lovers from the past, the familiar feeling made Qin Wushuang feel incredibly comfortable. Although Qin Wushuang was no longer the same as before, the potential of the graceful spiritual bow kept being dug out. Now, the graceful spiritual bow was no longer the same as when it had just made its debut. When Saberbeard saw this scene from beneath the stage, his heart tightened. Instantly, his gaze became complicated as he drew a breath of cold air. Xin Tianchen could not judge the current situation. Therefore, he always used Saberbeard's expression as a reference. The change in Saberbeard's expression was his barometer. When he saw Saberbeard frowning with a complicated gaze, Xin Tianchen could not help but tremble. "Sir Saberbeard, how is it?" For a moment, Saberbeard was speechless. His expression was incredibly solemn, as if he was thinking about something. Under Xin Tianchen's repeated questioning, Saberbeard gave a long sigh. The puppet beast souls are going to suffer. This Qin Wushuang is truly monstrous, truly monstrous. He controlled 9 Supreme Tao puppets at once. Additionally, he could control such a powerful sword formation to trap Xin Tianwen. For your information, the highest level of individual strength of these puppets was not above the 3rd calamity of the transformation Supreme Tao stage. With such shrimp soldiers and crab generals, they were able to stall Xin Tianwen, the heavenly emperor of this generation. One could imagine their power. When Qin Xiaotian saw this, he also revealed a joyful smile. Good, good. Now I finally know where Head Chief Wushuang's confidence comes from. Ha ha ha, good kid, good kid. It seems my Qin clan will finally see the clear sky through the clouds and mist. Grand Elder, this way, Head Chief Wushuang is going to win. Qin Chongyang could not but help to reveal a trace of expectation on his serious face. He may not win, but I can guarantee that the head sect leader will not lose. Won't lose, won't he win? For this life and death contract, without one of them dying, they are not allowed to step down. Jisong chuckled. Upon hearing the good news from the head chief, these people felt relaxed. His heart, which had been stretched taut, immediately relaxed. Ha ha, it's true that the life and death contract is like that. However, you must consider whether some people truly wish for Shin Tianwen to die, and are willing for the Shin clan to be annihilated. For our heavenly emperor 8 gates, the Qin clan, Yun clan, and Shin clan have always stood in a tripartite balance of power. For tens and thousands of years, we always had the chance to annihilate our opponents, but we never succeeded. Why? Why? Jisong felt baffled. Qin Chongyang nodded slowly. I understand, the totem clan is not willing to break apart the tripartite balance of power structure. If they are to fight to the death, the paramount totem elite warriors will surely come to mediate, right? Qin Xiaotian chuckled. Let's see, perhaps something unexpected will happen this time. You all know that the head chief has always excelled at creating surprises, right? Everyone roared with laughter. Bao Bao also laughed. My boss will certainly annihilate Shin Tianwen, I am certain. Yes, for the paramount totem elite warriors, even if my boss gets angry, he will not give him face. Humph humph. Lone also said with a snort. On the other hand, Murong Shu berated lightly, you too, don't talk nonsense. You must not look down on the totem elite warriors, understand? Before Qin Wushuang, Bao Bao and Lone still dared to act presumptuously and joke around. However, before this future sister-in-law, they were yes men. When they heard the berating, they giggled foolishly, scratched their heads, and stopped speaking nonsense. With the help of the graceful spiritual bow, the shooting sun arrows were already shot out. Those 2 ferocious beasts were controlled by Shin Tianwen's divine soul. When they saw the shooting sun arrows shooting over with such power, their souls were scared away. One on the left and one on the right, they transformed into 2 bursts of lights and fled to the sky. The imposing manner of these shooting sun arrows was not something their transformation supreme Tao beast souls could resist. Only by using body movements to evade would they be able to escape. However, once the graceful spiritual bow was activated and the shooting sun arrows were shot out, how could any accident happen? One after another, the shooting sun arrows split into 2 paths and chased to the 2 sides of the sky with a loud rumble. Boom! Like a long rainbow piercing the sun, the shooting sun arrows glided across a perfect arc. The golden lights hit the 2 ferocious beasts with the momentum of a meteor chasing after the moon. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by the demonic power of the graceful spiritual bow, the powerful supreme Tao power produced tremendous destructive power. It could even flatten the entire mountain peak, not to mention beast souls with flesh and blood bodies. In the midst of the explosion, there was a scene of badly mutilated flesh. The 2 beast cores escaped and flew to the sky in a panic. They were in a hurry to escape. Qin Wushuang grabbed the yin-yang nature blade and urged the purple cloud yin-yang wings to welcome the 2 beast cores. When he slashed down, a tornado-like blade momentum instantly wrapped around the beast cores. Qin Wushuang already shot out a divine venomous puppet. In terms of beast language, Qin Wushuang's foundation was no less than Shin Tianwen's. He might even be better. In the blink of an eye, he had controlled these 2 beast cores. Unfortunately, Shin Tianwen's divine soul was inside this beast core. Qin Wushuang's divine venomous technique could not enter. However, since this beast core had already fallen into his control, he was not worried that the divine soul power could not drive it out. The most direct method would be to kill Shin Tianwen. Naturally, his divine soul would be destroyed. When the sealed beast soul was destroyed, Shin Tianwen immediately lost his left and right arms. Qin Wushuang turned around and roared with laughter. Shin Tianwen, you only have these 2 puppets. Isn't it too little? Shin Tianwen felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow to his chest. It was too unfair. He had acquired these fortuitous opportunities with great difficulty and hoped to unleash his divine power in this pageant. Unexpectedly, he had been killed by the other party so easily. The fortuitous opportunities he was most proud of could not withstand a single blow from Qin Wushuang's equipment. In terms of weapons, he was suppressed. In terms of sword skills, he was suppressed. In terms of puppets, he was still suppressed. In each step, he was suppressed by Qin Wushuang. Was this still like a heavenly emperor fighting against a young kid? Xin Tianwen felt sorrowful. The natural law was unfair. The natural law was unfair. Why did Qin Wushuang take all the benefits? With a mad roar, Xin Tianwen already planned to cut off all means of retreat and fight to his death. His last trump card was the 100-change Celestial Beast Soul technique. If this trump card still could not win against Qin Wushuang, then he would have no other way. Only, under such circumstances, if he had no other way, did it mean he would have to wait for the death sentence? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 871. It was the last trump card of the 100 Transformation Beast technique. Below the stage, Saberbeard watched the changes on the stage without blinking. He also knew that this was Xin Tianwen's last chance. If this secret beast technique still could not defeat Qin Wushuang, then the Xin clan would not have another chance in the Heavenly Emperor competition. Out. Being out was already the lightest result. Under the background of the life and death contract, the price of being out would be accompanied by Xin Tianwen's death. Honestly, Saberbeard did not care about Xin Tianwen's life or death. However, what he wanted was important. He had schemed for a few thousand years and waited for the arrival of this grand occasion. If the Xin clan failed, his plan would go bankrupt. Even if he did not go bankrupt, he would not have much room to perform. His plan must be built on the Xin clan seizing the Heavenly Emperor seat. However, in the current situation, could Xin Tianwen win? Saberbeard was not at all optimistic. If he were to perform the 100 Transformation Celestial Beast technique from the beginning, it would have achieved the effect of a surprise attack. However, now Qin Wushuang's defense was completely useless. The 9 Palace Return 1 Sword formation had trapped Xin Tianwen. Even if he had tens and thousands of divine skills, most likely it would be useless. Although the attack power of this 9 Palace Return 1 Sword formation was monstrous, its defense power was also astonishing. Xin Tianwen was rather exceptional. While the 100 Transformation Beast technique changed, he had already transformed into 3 or 4 different forms. They were either mighty, nimble, gigantic, or subtle. But to the golem puppets, these changes were nothing more than fleeting clouds. They only dealt with the changes by remaining unchanged. They sorted out the sword formation in an orderly manner. They were not in a hurry, nor were they in a rush, nor were they conservative. Before such strict formation that did not lack changes, Xin Tianwen was on the verge of crying. He realized that like a clown, he was bumping around above the Xian Yuan stage. He could not even touch Qin Wushuang's shadow. For such battle, was there a need to consider the result? A surge of despair surged from the bottom of Xin Tianwen's heart. Clearly, it was useless to lament the unfairness of the heavens. Xin Tianwen knew that for this battle, he had no chance of winning. The most fatal part was that with the life and death contract hanging high, even if he wanted to admit defeat, he would not have the chance. A life and death pact had to be decided between life and death. Unless you ran away shamelessly, you might be able to escape for a while. But if you ran away during the life and death duel at the Xian Yuan stage, his reputation would be ruined, and the foundation of the Xin family would come to an end. It was also a big question whether the Xian Yuan family would hunt him down. Qin Wushuang, what kind of skill are you hiding? The anger that came from the bottom of Xin Tianwen's heart exploded as he roared madly. Now, he had to lure Qin Wushuang out. Otherwise, if he were to hide behind the puppets, he would not be able to break the formation, and he would not stand a chance at victory. Only, now Qin Wushuang was as steady as Mount Tai. How could he play the so-called elite warrior demeanor of a head-on confrontation with Xin Tianwen? He laughed leisurely. Xin Tianwen, I gave you a chance to fight head-on a moment ago. Since you are not skilled enough, who can you blame? Now with my puppet activating it, You cannot even break a mere sword formation. What qualifications do you have to challenge me? Today, this Shen Yuan stage will be the place of your death. In the beginning, Qin Wushuang's tone was somewhat mocking. In the end, it was incredibly serious and did not carry a trace of human emotion. It was as if he was the judge of life and death. Xin Tianwen kept roaring angrily and said with a cold sneer, "You want to kill me? Do you have the skill?" When Xin Tianwen's brute force burst out, he knew that he had no hope of winning today. However, he still would not believe that this Qin Wushuang could kill him. What about the graceful spiritual bow? Since he had suffered once, Xin Tianwen would not suffer a second time. With a flash, he transformed into a giant centipede with 100 feet. Waving his tentacles, his entire body congealed into a ball and rolled into a whirlpool shape. He rolled in the sky and tried to dash past these 9 great puppets to attack Qin Wushuang directly. Qin Wushuang roared with laughter. "Xin Tianwen, even if you turn into a maggot, don't think about dashing over. The divine skill of the Beast Clan is indeed exceptional. However, it's a waste to use it on you." Xin Tianwen was mad with anger. Just when he was charging at the formation with all his power, Qin Wushuang pulled the graceful spiritual bow again and shouted, "Xin Tianwen, let me send you off." One after another, 9 shooting sun arrows formed into the imposing manner of the 9 shooting sun arrows. It shot Qin Wushuang with all his power. When the imposing manner of the 9 shooting sun arrows formed a whirlpool like a black hole in the middle, it went to greet Xin Tianwen. Knowing the power, Xin Tianwen transformed again and transformed into a burst of green smoke. He transformed into a white crane and went with the wind at a fast speed like lightning. He shuttled between the clouds and disappeared. Escape. Xin Tianwen was using the escape tactic. This time, the people watching the battle beneath the stage were also stunned. Even Qin Wushuang did not expect that Xin Tianwen would escape. 10,000 miles high in the sky, after all, there was a limit to the momentum of the shooting sun arrows. Xin Tianwen had escaped from the attack circle in the first move. Qin Wushuang groaned at his bad luck. He flapped the purple cloud yin-yang wings and the 9 golem puppets followed behind him. They rode their swords and shot into the sky. Qin Wushuang shouted, "Xin Tianwen, a moment ago who was the one that asked me to come out for a hand-to-hand fight? Now that you have escaped, do you think you can avoid death? Let me tell you, the life and death contract is your death warrant. Even at the ends of the earth, there is no place for you to hide. You can only wait to be executed, that will be your eternal destination." With such a domineering tone, at this moment, no one dared to doubt whether Qin Wushuang possessed such power or not. In this major battle, each of them had different backgrounds and revealed their divine skills. Clearly, Xin Tianwen was one step behind and lost the entire game. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang had the upper hand as he controlled the upper hand tightly. Now, Xin Tianwen could only escape without a trace. This was also something no one dared to imagine before the battle. Perhaps only Qin Wushuang knew about this result. Regardless of how optimistic the person was, they would not have thought that Qin Wushuang could use a form of overwhelming momentum to beat Xin Tianwen to turn around and run. However, could Xin Tianwen escape from the life and death contract? In the sky above the Shen Yuan stage, Qin Wushuang chased relentlessly. The observant finger jade plate locked onto Xin Tianwen's figure tightly. The speed of the purple cloud yin-yang wings was not slower than the heavenly emperor wings. At this moment, Xin Tianwen could not care about his dignity as he ran for his life. He knew that if he was surrounded by that sword formation again, Qin Wushuang would never give him the chance to escape. Qin Wushuang chased for a while. When he saw he could not shorten the distance, he let out a long laugh. "Xin Tianwen, today, I will let you see what divine power is." After he finished speaking, a burst of golden light surged from Qin Wushuang's body. Layers of dragon scales kept emerging from below his shoulder. The bones of his entire body were also undergoing a violent change. What is that? Dragon, he has dragon scales on his body. Isn't this Qin Wushuang a disciple of the Qin clan? How could he have dragon scales? Indeed, they were dragon scales, extremely dazzling dragon scales. Qin Wushuang's entire body was filled with the presence of the immemorial dragon clan. He had completely transformed into a dragon and appeared awe-inspiring. As he moved, he danced with the wind and clouds. His speed was even faster than lightning. Instantly, Arisimo and Nannan, the two dragon babies, cheered with joy and shouted, "Long live their father." This kind of bloodline was the same as theirs, the dragon breath. Naturally, the extremely pure immemorial dragon bloodline made them endlessly excited. Bao Bao also cried out, "Boss, so powerful. This is also the immemorial bloodline. Haha, no wonder Boss is so monstrous. He has the bloodline of the immemorial dragon clan and is even more powerful than me, the immemorial spiritual monkey." On the other hand, Murongshu knew the sequence of events. He knew that Qin Wushuang had acquired this fortuitous opportunity from the coiling dragon palace hall beneath the black Dead Sea of the floating snow house. Inwardly, he was also incredibly proud and happy for his sweetheart's performance. On the stage of the Shen Yuan stage, under the eyes of tens of thousands of people, he had beaten Xin Tianwen to flee in all directions. From now on, this battle would establish Qin Wushuang's position as an elite warrior. At least, beneath the totem clan, there would not be any dispute. Since Xin Tianwen was no match for him, for the others, even the Yun clan, what could they use to compete? As Qin Wushuang, who had transformed into a dragon, kept closing the distance, Xin Tianwen knew that if he did not flee far away, most likely he would meet a calamity here. Without caring about his face, he flew towards the distance. As the divine light surged, he transformed into a long rainbow at an extremely fast speed. Qin Wushuang roared with laughter and grabbed the yin-yang nature blade again. He said with a long voice, "Xin Tianwen, I already said that you cannot escape from a life and death contract. This blade will break your yin and yang." Together with the blade, Qin Wushuang submerged into the sky. With an imposing manner that could support the heavens and earth, he poured all his power into his arms and slashed out this exceptional blade move. The fate of yin and yang would depend on this blade move. Xin Tianwen could not escape as he was slashed by this blade light. With a miserable cry, his corporeal body was instantly cut into two pieces. A burst of divine soul dashed out of the corporeal body and left in a hurry. Qin Wushuang was incredibly ruthless, for he would not stop at all. He shouted, "Xin Tianwen, this blade move is to take revenge for the past dozen years of punitive expeditions against the Qin clan." Xin Tianwen roared miserably, "Daoist Saberbeard, save me. Mr. B.A., quickly make this kid stop. The Xin clan will withdraw from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. We will withdraw." Saberbeard's expression was indeterminate. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to make a move. For the competition on the Shen Yuan stage, whoever made a move would be courting death. The rules of the totem clan were not something that could be easily broken. Shen Yuan BA let out a bitter smile. When signing this life and death contract, you, Xin Tianwen, made a solemn vow and acted insufferably arrogant. Now that you are defeated, you want me to save you. How can I speak? I am not qualified to break this life and death contract, unless the paramount totem elite warrior comes. However, since Xin Tianwen spoke, considering the usual strategy of the Shen Yuan clan, they wanted these three clans to stand in a tripartite balance. If Xin Tianwen died, the Xin clan would fall and one of the tripartite balance would be broken. This was something the paramount totem elite warrior would not wish to see. Since he could not speak, he could only act as a mediator. He said with a clear voice, "Head Chief Qin, can you listen to me?" Qin Wushuang responded, "Mr. B.A., before the life and death contract, there is only life and death and no feelings. Whoever stops the life and death contract will break the rules of the Shen Yuan clan for tens and thousands of years." Immediately, Shen Yuan BA shut his mouth. When this huge accusation was thrown at him, it was not something he could take. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 872. Xin Tianwen was in despair. Even Shen Yuan BA stopped talking. He realized that most likely, he would not have a good ending today. He thought of how he had schemed for half of his life, and in just a dozen years, he had completely ruined the foundation of the Shin clan. He had even caused his own death. He was unwilling. However, at this point, any form of unwillingness or emotion would be useless. Life and death would be decided in an instant. Qin Wushuang was already brewing his yin-yang nature blade again and was ready to attack the divine soul. The divine soul was much more powerful than the body. Especially the divine soul at the third calamity of the genuine supreme Tao stage, it was incomparably powerful. Xin Tianwen was in extreme despair. Enraged, he cried out madly, "Qin Wushuang, do you want me to die? Very good, then I will take you with me." Qin Wushuang roared with laughter. "Xin Tianwen, you are not going to explode your own divine soul with me, right? Go ahead and explode. It just so happens that I have a lot of doppelganger puppets. I can send one to accompany you on your way. It will save you from being too lonely on the road to the underworld." His words almost infuriated Xin Tianwen to death. He did know that if Qin Wushuang truly sent out a puppet, it would not be worth it for him to explode his own divine soul. What was the value of a puppet? It would have been all right if he had truly killed Qin Wushuang. At least, he would have fought for the future of the Shin clan. However, if he died and Qin Wushuang lived, the destruction of the Shin clan would not be far away. Thinking here, Xin Tianwen's evil intentions kept emerging as he laughed madly. "All right, Qin Wushuang, you are ruthless. Then let's try it. Even if I cannot kill you, I can make you regret it for the rest of your life." After he finished speaking, Xin Tianwen's divine soul pressed towards the bottom of the Shen Yuan stage and dashed towards the Qin party. He planned to explode his own divine soul in the Qin party. He wanted to die together with the elite warriors of the Qin clan. Almost all the elite warriors of the Qin clan were present. They had gathered all the elite warriors of the Qin clan. If Xin Tianwen succeeded in self-detonating, none of the elite warriors of the Qin clan would survive. This included Qin Xiaotian. It was because Qin Xiaotian was severely injured and could not resist. Qin Wushuang smiled faintly. "Can you pass it?" 9 golem puppets dashed out from the void and formed a perfect defensive wall to protect the bottom. They blocked Xin Tianwen's divine soul completely. With the yin-yang nature blade in hand, Qin Wushuang revealed a profound look. Endless murderous intentions surged as he gave a low roar and cried out, "Xin Tianwen, wake up." When the saber light flashed, it was as if the light of the sun and the moon was condensed in the saber. The saber was yin and yang, the saber was creation, and the saber was the universe. For this blade move, Qin Wushuang was determined to kill Xin Tianwen. At this critical moment, a loud shout was heard. Then, a huge illusory handprint pressed down from the sky, blocking the power of Qin Wushuang's blade. A dazzling figure shot down from the sky like a scorching sun, causing the surrounding void to heat up like a volcanic eruption. Shen Yuan Yang. Shen Yuan Yang, dressed in a scorching sun robe, the paramount totem elite warrior of the Shen Yuan clan, had appeared at this moment. A trace of anger flashed across Qin Wushuang's eyes. In the end, he suppressed it and asked with a low voice, "Sir Yang, who made this life and death contract?" "Qin Wushuang, you don't need to trick me. This life and death contract is the rule of the totem clan. Naturally, the totem clan has the right to explain." A surge of annoyance scuttled inside Qin Wushuang's heart. What a powerful logic. The hidden meaning of these words was that the Shen Yuan clan made the rules. We can make and break them whenever we want. Everything is decided by the Shen Yuan clan. Shen Yuan Yang did not care about Qin Wushuang's reaction as he said lightly, "Xin Tianwen, since your body was cut into 2, there is still a way to fix it. You can ask Shen Yuan Ba to give you the heavenly Tao life replenishing ointment to reforge your body and restore your body." Xin Tianwen was overjoyed. "Sir Yang is mighty. At this crucial moment, it's you who will save me. It seems that the powerful rise of the Qin clan has provoked the Shen Yuan clan." Ha ha ha. Although Xin Tianwen was defeated, he was extremely happy inwardly. The anger in Qin Wushuang's eyes became even more apparent. He glared at Xin Tianwen, who was behind Shen Yuan Yang, and said with an expressionless face, "Sir Yang, this way, Can the life and death contract of the Shen Yuan clan be abandoned at will? Qin Wushuang, with me stepping out, could it be that I am not persuasive enough? Since the outcome has been decided, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain must be stabilized. What's the use of killing each other? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang roared with laughter. His tone was filled with indescribable resentment. Good, what's the use of killing each other? These words make sense. Unfortunately, when the Heavenly Emperor Six Gates besieged the Qin clan, no one stepped out to speak these fair words. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire scene lost their color. This Qin Wushuang was extremely annoyed by the paramount totem elite warrior. His tone was clearly discontent and full of provocation. Clashing with the paramount totem elite warrior? Could it be that this guy had lost his sense of measure after winning one round? Although he was powerful when he defeated Xin Tianwen, before the paramount totem elite warrior, he was nothing. Even for those people of the Qin clan, although they were extremely dissatisfied with Shen Yuanyang's action of taking sides, deep down they were unwilling to fall out with the totem powerhouses, not to mention the paramount totem elite warrior. Initially, when Shen Yuanyang went to the Qin clan and agreed to a 3-year truce, he realized that Qin Wushuang was easy to talk to. He thought that this time there would not be any resistance. Unexpectedly, Qin Wushuang dared to contradict him in public. He could not help but feel annoyed. If the authority of the totem clan could not be defended, even if Qin Wushuang had other people supporting him, Shen Yuanyang would not compromise. He shot an indifferent glance at Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang, I don't need to teach you the principle of how times change. You are still young and have a long way to go. It's the right way to not be arrogant when you're young. Qin Wushuang gave a cold sneer. Since the Xin clan has not given up on destroying the Qin clan, it's right and proper for me to kill him. Not to mention this is before the life and death contract. Since you want to protect the Xin clan wholeheartedly, of course the Qin clan has nothing to say. Today, the Qin clan will swallow this humiliation and yield. Xin Tianwen, you must always hide like a turtle. However, the day you fall into my hands will be the day of your death. After he had finished speaking, he cupped his hands in a salute to Shen Yuanyang. Paramount elite warrior, the Heavenly Emperor competition is also the rule of the totem clan. Whether the Qin clan wins or loses, please make the ruling. These words were still somewhat sarcastic as they mocked the Shen Yuan clan for changing their orders and not having principles. It was pardonable for Qin Wushuang to use this topic to vent the anger in his heart. How could Shen Yuanyang not understand it? Revealing a gloomy expression, he shot a careful glance at Qin Wushuang and said with a profound tone, everyone in the world has seen the outcome of the competition, there is no need for me to make the ruling. The Qin clan has a great future, take care of yourself. Always remember the responsibility of the Heavenly Emperor, don't lose your bearings. In the end, the Qin clan is still the subordinate of the Shen Yuan clan. To put it bluntly, you are a running dog. Now that you have regained the position of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, you are only a butler. Don't get carried away. Of course, Qin Wushuang understood this layer of meaning. He revealed a light smile and did not speak a word. Inwardly, he was incredibly furious. The Shen Yuan totem clan is unreasonable, you are using your big but to suppress the Qin clan. Alright, since I cannot beat you today, I will yield. There would be a day when the accounts of what had happened today would have to be resettled. Let's see how long the Shen Yuan clan can protect the Xin clan. Since the Shen Yuan clan is unfair, why should the Qin clan be dead set on you? Deep down, Qin Wushuang was an untamed person. Initially, he did not have a good impression of the totem clan, but he did not have a bad impression either. However, ever since Shen Yuan Wei lent the Nirvana heavenly plow to Xin Tianwen, his impression of the totem clan had fallen to the bottom of the valley. Although Shen Yuanyang played the role of mediator during the 3 years of ceasefire, Qin Wushuang more or less resisted Shen Yuanyang from the bottom of his heart when he charged in without regard of the aspiring Throne Mountains formation and showed off his strength. You can charge into the territory of the Qin clan as you please, do you truly think you are the master? Today, just when he was about to take revenge for his blood feud with Xin Tianwen, this Shen Yuanyang intervened and saved Xin Tianwen's life. He also wanted to build a body for Xin Tianwen. Such unfair treatment caused Qin Wushuang's discontent to rush to the peak. If Qin Wushuang was the one who lost today, if Qin Wushuang was the one being chased, would Shen Yuanyang come out to mediate? Would he rush to help? Qin Wushuang did not believe that Shen Yuanyang was that good. In the end, the Shen Yuan clan was still biased. They were more cautious of the Qin clan and would always side with the Xin clan to fight against the Qin clan. When Shen Yuan Ba saw Qin Wushuang drop down from the Shen Yuan stage, he chuckled. Congratulations, it's not a problem for the Qin clan to advance. Although the Yun clan won, they already stated that they will give up the final competition. In other words, your Qin clan is already the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Beneath the stage, there was a burst of cheers. All disciples of the Qin clan, those at the Supreme Dao stage and those not at the Supreme Dao stage cheered. A few of the older ones even shed tears. Initially, Qin Wushuang had looked forward to this joy for many years. But at this moment, this happy and joyful feeling was completely gone. If Xin Tianwen did not die, he would always be a great calamity. As he watched Xin Tianwen across from him, Qin Wushuang could not refrain from pressing the handle of the yin-yang nature blade. Shen Yuan Ba's expression changed. Chief Qin, you must not act rashly. Shen Yuanyang gave a cold snort and dropped down from the stage. His position was incredibly subtle as he was in between Qin Wushuang and Xin Tianwen. He blocked the space between them. A moment ago, Qin Wushuang truly had a surge of vile thoughts. He decided to kill Xin Tianwen regardless of everything. Unexpectedly, he was exposed. At this moment, a straightforward long laugh came from the sky. It's so lively, I am not late, am I? A grain of glimmering light dropped on the Shen Yuan stage. Like a peeled egg, in the midst of the splendor, a smiling martial artist walked out. When Shen Yuanyang saw this person, his expression could not refrain from changing slightly. That martial artist was none other than Li Buyi, the fortune teller. Qin Wushuang was greatly astonished. Senior Li, why are you here? Li Buyi chuckled and shot a glance at Xin Tianwen. He said lightly, Junior brother Yang, I am taking advantage of my seniority to say something. Since the life and death contract is a rule set by your Shen Yuan clan, it doesn't seem kind to change it casually. If you change the rules day and night, what prestige does the Shen Yuan clan have? Inwardly, Shen Yuan Yang cried bitterly. Indeed, this person came to fight for justice. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 873. When Qin Wushuang saw Li Buyi appear in such situation, he felt somewhat strange. In his memory, this Li Buyi was a senior hermit who played the game. He had taken care of Qin Wushuang a few times, yet he did it in secret. Clearly, he did not want to show himself. Unexpectedly, under such circumstances, senior Li Buyi had appeared. And from his tone, he had come to help the Qin clan. His greeting of younger brother Yang further revealed their relationship. Although Qin Wushuang was confused, the other people of the Qin clan were also confused. However, under such circumstances, silence was their best choice. The most shocked people were those spectators beneath the stage. The Heavenly Emperor competition was in full swing and full of brilliance. Now, the dust had finally settled and the victor had been determined. Unexpectedly, the paramount totem elite warrior had stepped out to save Xin Tianwen. Just when everyone felt the Qin clan had compromised, suddenly another elite warrior had appeared. He had called Shen Yuanyang, the paramount totem elite warrior, junior brother Yang. What was even more shocking was that behind this form of address, there was a hidden tone of superiority. Vividly, it carried a form of irresistible power. Inwardly, Shen Yuanyang felt apprehensive and was greatly astonished. It was not because he did not receive Li Buyi's hints. However, those hints only asked him to treat the Heavenly Emperor Mountain competition impartially and not get involved. He did not ask him to take care of Qin Wushuang deliberately. The way he did it was mainly through hints. Currently, Li Buyi's appearance had already made everything clear. He was already prepared to change from hinting to supporting him on the surface. Ha ha, senior brother Li, initially we should not get involved in such secular competition. Only, considering the general situation of the Xian Yuan Mound, we could not bear to see them fight excessively. Senior brother Li, such trivial matters are not worth mentioning. Ha ha, it's rare for you to grace us with your presence, you should come and sit at my place. Xian Yuan Yang tried to laugh it off, wanting to let this matter pass easily. With an indifferent expression, Li Buyi shook his head slowly. Junior brother Yang's words are absurd. The totem clan sets an example and is the role model for all sects in the Tianxian land. If this role model is not done well, how can the subordinates be convinced? Xin Tianwen was incredibly annoyed. He did not know this Li Buyi, yet when he saw him acting like an old man and how even the paramount totem elite warrior treated him with respect, although he was annoyed, he did not dare to contradict him. He only sized Li Buyi from the corner of his eyes. He glanced at Saberbeard, clearly wanting to ask Saberbeard. Unexpectedly, Saberbeard deliberately turned his head to avoid making eye contact with Xin Tianwen. Xin Tianwen felt even angrier. Before the battle, this Saberbeard was his staunch ally. Now with such attitude, it truly made Xin Tianwen feel bitterly disappointed. Indeed, Xian Yuan Yang was somewhat annoyed. Li Buyi, you are powerful for controlling the god-discarding door. But we're all peerless experts, so there's no need to tear me down here, right? Was it necessary for a mere Qin clan? However, despite feeling annoyed inwardly, Xian Yuan Yang still felt deeply helpless when he thought of the power Li Buyi held. Brother Li, all 5 of the forbidden spiritual zones are holding similar events. When they spar with each other, if it involves life and death, the paramount totem elite warriors will step out to mediate. Revealing an indifferent expression, Li Buyi rolled his eyes and suddenly said, Junior brother Yang, no matter how much I say, you still have your difficulties. This is simple, you and I have been friends for a few thousand years, let me help you solve it. Xian Yuan Yang was stunned. You help me solve it? How? Before he could react, Li Buyi's shoulder seemed to tremble slightly and his sleeve seemed to sweep. Without the slightest sign, suddenly Xin Tianwen's throat tightened and his 2 pupils popped out. With a miserable cry, Xin Tianwen's corporeal body suddenly split open inch by inch. It was as if a clay statue was suddenly crushed. Before his divine soul had the time to escape, it was shattered into pieces. Indeed, this unforeseen event came out of the blue. Even Xian Yuan Yang was dumbstruck. As if he had done something insignificant, Li Buyi shot a glance at Xian Yuan Yang and said with a beaming smile, Junior brother Yang, didn't you want to invite me to sit? Lead the way. Xian Yuan Yang was stupefied and could not make a sound for a while. When he killed Xin Tianwen instantly before him, what surprised him was not the face of the Xian Yuan clan, but Li Buyi's methods. This had simply surpassed Xian Yuan Yang's imagination. He did not even see how Li Buyi had made his move. He swallowed with a dry throat and revealed a bitter and helpless smile. As he looked at the shocked eyes of all those people beneath the stage, he realized that this time, the Xian Yuan clan had lost a great deal of face. However, the person that made him lose face was someone that even the Xian Yuan clan could not bear to take revenge on. To take revenge on the controller of the god-discarding door? That would be asking for a snub. Now, Xian Yuan Yang definitely experienced deeply what it meant to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If he knew this would happen, he would not have stepped out to mediate. If he had let Qin Wushuang kill Xin Tianwen, the Xian Yuan clan could still maintain the name of justice. Now, not only did they leave a feeling of injustice, Li Buyi had slapped them in front of everyone and left them with no dignity. Even Qin Wushuang felt extremely shocked. As he watched the miserable scene of Xin Tianwen being killed, Qin Wushuang already completely ignored the existence of the Xian Yuan clan. Instead, he kept asking inwardly, just how profound is this senior Li Buyi's strength? From the looks of this situation, it seems that Xian Yuan Yang, the paramount totem elite warrior, is also helpless. Could it be, he is at that level? Of course, that level was the heavenly supreme Tao stage. For such speculation, not only Qin Wushuang had it, the other people almost had the same feeling at the same time. The way they looked at Li Buyi could no longer be described with respect and admiration. In the end, Shen Yuanyang was a person of great importance. After a moment of awkwardness, he let out a straightforward laugh. For the family matters of the Shen Yuan Mound, it would be a joke to outsiders if we let Brother Li step out. Ha ha, everyone, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Li Buyi, the controller of the God-discarding door, the top elite warrior of the Tianxian land. His intention was very clear when he introduced them like this. He wanted to redeem the lost face of the Shen Yuan clan. It would not be too embarrassing if the controller of the God-discarding door made the Shen Yuan clan lose face. Indeed, upon hearing the words of the God-discarding door, many elite warriors immediately understood tacitly and revealed an icy expression. Through one drama after another, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain competition finally came to an end. The Heavenly Emperor seat fell into the hands of the Qin clan as they wished. Finally, the Qin clan saw the satisfying scene of Xin Tianwen being executed. From the bottom of his heart, Qin Wushuang was grateful to Li Buyi. Although Li Buyi did not show extra care to him at the Shen Yuan stage, he could still see the appreciation from his eyes. Inside Qin Wushuang's mind, he kept remembering the first time he saw Li Buyi at the human countries. Thinking back, it was truly miraculous. Although the pageant had ended, the battle between Qin Wushuang and Xin Tianwen was destined to be an eternal classic. It could be said that it was the most exciting battle in 10,000 years. Although Xin Tianwen was already dead, people still took delight in talking about this classic battle. For Qin Wushuang's battle, he did not appear inferior due to the interference of the Paramount Totem elite warrior. Instead, his argument with the Paramount Totem elite warrior won him more reputation. Young people with strength, unyielding character, and not fearing power were the easiest to be molded into a hero. Indeed, Qin Wushuang deserved these good reputation. The appearance of Qin Wushuang also caused many rumors to spread among the busybodies. Astute people could see that clearly. The controller of the God-discarding door appreciated Qin Wushuang greatly. Or else, he would not have stepped out forcefully. The most surprising thing was that Qin Wushuang beat Xin Tianwen until he fled in an embarrassing state. Indirectly, it made the Yun clan realize the difference between them and give up the battle. To the Qin clan, this could be considered a form of contrast. For an old sect like the Yun clan to admit defeat, the limelight of the Qin clan was truly unparalleled. At the aspiring Throne Mountain, the upright Morality Hall was full of jubilation. Once again, the Qin clan seized the Heavenly Emperor seat and caused each disciple of the Qin clan to fall into a frenzy. Even those steady old guys could not refrain from becoming impudent as they celebrated to their heart's content at the upright Morality Hall. Finally, after all these years of suppression, they were able to get their reward. Xin Tianwen, the Great Calamity, was finally dead. Without this great calamity, the Xin clan only had Xin Tianchen, one supreme Dao elite warrior left. It would be difficult for them to make any waves. Everyone, quiet down, Qin Yunran roared with laughter. Everyone quieted down and looked at Qin Yunran. This time, the Qin clan seized the Heavenly Emperor seat. Who has the highest merit? Who has the greatest contribution? Head chief. Head chief. Head chief. Everyone cried out in unison. The head chief suppressed Xin Tianwen forcefully and beat him until he fled in an embarrassing state. This had already become a classic story passed by word of mouth among the disciples of the Qin clan. For all disciples of the Qin clan, even those ordinary disciples who did not participate knew the details of the battle. They were proud that the Qin clan had such a head chief. Yes, it's our head chief. However, everyone must change the way you address him. Now, our head chief is the Heavenly Emperor, ha ha, Qin Yunran said with a laugh. Yes, the Heavenly Emperor. All hail the mighty Heavenly Emperor. Qin Wushuang waved his hand with a smile. Everyone, listen to me. Immediately, everyone quieted down and looked at Qin Wushuang seriously. They waited for him to speak. Qin Wushuang said seriously, first of all, the Heavenly Emperor title has not been conferred. At this time, everyone must not overstep their boundaries by addressing him as the Heavenly Emperor. We already made the Shen Yuan clan unhappy, We must not let them catch this and make things difficult for us. Next, I will take the Heavenly Emperor seat for now. After the Grand Elder recovers from his injuries, I plan to pass the Heavenly Emperor seat to him." Everyone beneath the stage looked at each other in dismay. The Heavenly Emperor seat would be given to the Grand Elder. Although he was giving it to his own family, everyone still felt somewhat strange. In their eyes, the current head chief was the most exceptional genius in the history of the Qin clan. Even the former head chief Qin Xiaotian and the current Grand Elder were not as good as him. Qin Wushuang knew everyone's misgivings as he laughed. "Don't worry, I will not ignore the rise and fall of the Qin clan. When I give up the Heavenly Emperor seat, I think the Qin clan will have already stabilized the situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. By that time, it will not be a problem for anyone to take over the Heavenly Emperor seat." When they received Qin Wushuang's promise, everyone's worries turned into joy. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 874. Qin Xiaotian was also at the scene. When he saw everyone's reaction, he did not feel any jealousy or discomfort. On the contrary, he felt incredibly gratified. To him, it was definitely gratifying for the younger generation of the Qin clan to carry the heavy burden. For no reason, he would be jealous of Qin Wushuang. Not to mention, with Qin Wushuang's divine skills and his contributions to the Qin clan, it was natural for him to have a higher voice than Qin Xiaotian. The appearance of Qin Wushuang could almost be said to have saved the Qin clan from disaster with his own power. This contribution was enough to rank him in the top 3 in the history of the Qin clan. Such figure was destined to leave his name in history. Qin Xiaotian was overjoyed. Currently, Qin Wushuang's reputation was on the rise. Naturally, Qin Xiaotian was happy to add fuel to the fire and further consolidate Qin Wushuang's position in the clan. He suggested to send out the Qin clan's gathering order to summon all the patriarchs of the Qin branches across the world to congratulate and witness the grand occasion of the Qin clan. Of course, the Eastwood Qin clan of the Bayou country was also invited. Almost all the chiefs suggested at the same time to ask Qin Wushuang to transport the remains of his ancestors back to the aspiring throne mountain. They would be buried at the sacrificial valley and would be given the grandest treatment. Almost everyone supported it and no one would object. For the line of the Eastwood Qin clan, they had nurtured Qin Wushuang and had made enough contributions to enter the sacrificial cliff. What other contribution could be greater than saving the fate of the Qin clan? Saving the fate of the Qin clan did not start with Qin Wushuang. Starting from the first-generation ancestor, Qin Yu, the seed had been planted. Therefore, all generations of ancestors of the Eastwood Qin clan had made an exception to be buried at the sacrificial valley. Second Chief Qin Yunran led the team to welcome the Eastwood Qin clan personally. The standard was extremely high. Apparently, Qin Lianshan had already received the news. With tears streaming down his face, he knelt for a night at the ancestral hall of the Eastwood Qin clan. Early next morning, he announced the important news of the Eastwood Qin clan moving back to the aspiring throne mountain. All Qin clansmen cheered with joy. Returning to the aspiring throne mountain and staying at the Heavenly Emperor Gate, this was the highest treatment. Currently, Qin Wushuang had become the head chief and held a high position. He led the supreme Dao chiefs of the aspiring throne mountain Qin clan to welcome them from 10,000 miles away. The patriarchs of each branch of the Qin clan brought their most exceptional talents to the aspiring throne mountain to witness this grand moment. There were a few hundred branches of the Qin clan in the world. This time, each branch was allowed 5 spots to attend the ceremony. Thus, each branch valued this spot greatly. On the one hand, he had to take care of the older generation in the clan, and on the other hand, he had to give the younger generation a chance to show themselves. This time, the Qin clan had summoned all the branches. Clearly, they intended to select a large number of young disciples. To strengthen the Qin clan, they must not stick to one pattern and select good seedlings. Although the Shenyuan clan had lost face on the Shenyuan stage, they still abided by the rules this time. 10 days after the end of the Battle of Heaven and Earth, They officially conferred a new celestial emperor, and the recipient was naturally Qin Wushuang. In this way, the youngest celestial emperor in history was born. After sitting on the seat of the celestial emperor, the Qin clan was qualified to exercise that banishment spot. For the Xin clan, Xin Tianchen endured the humiliation and waited for the heavenly emperor gate to open their golden mouth. He would withdraw from the heavenly emperor mountain to protect the Xin clan. Strangely, Qin Wushuang was not in a rush to exercise the privilege of being the celestial emperor. Instead, he started to prepare for the internal celebration of the Qin clan and entertained the guests from all branches of the Qin clan. A celebration from inside the Qin clan lasted for 7 days before it finally ended. Naturally, the Qin clan needed a way to vent the repressed anger accumulated over the years. This time, among the young disciples of the Qin clan, Qin Wushuang received them personally. Since they were all from the younger generation, everyone admired and was curious about the youngest celestial emperor in history. Therefore, among the younger generation, Qin Wushuang had extra popularity. When they received Qin Wushuang's approach, these young people were endlessly excited. Qin Wushuang acted personally and selected 100 disciples with exceptional talent. It could be considered an explanation to the branches of the Qin clan. Since they were selected by the headquarter Qin clan, of course these disciples were endlessly excited. As for the branch families behind these disciples, they were extremely proud of them. Qin Wushuang set himself as an example by teaching them some training techniques and giving them pointers. This made these disciples of the Qin clan feel even more excited. They could not suppress the excitement inside their hearts as they worked hard to train and repay their sect. When the Heavenly Emperor competition ended, Qin Wushuang started to reward them according to their contributions. All Supreme Dao elite warriors of the Qin clan received Supreme Dao weapons from Qin Wushuang. Additionally, Qin Wushuang spent a lot of money as soon as he made a move. This way, immediately the treasury of the Qin clan became much more abundant. Qin Wushuang had acquired 81 Supreme Dao weapons. Plus some he had acquired previously, he had an abundance of Supreme Dao weapons. Although he rewarded the 4 major sects and Bao Bao, he still had a rich inventory. In one breath, he added 20 Supreme Dao weapons to the treasury of the Qin clan. All of them were at the Transformation Supreme Dao level. 8 of them were genuine Supreme Dao weapons. Thinking back to the past, Xin Tianwen was able to run rampant at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain because he had the genuine Divine 6 weapons. Now, these 8 genuine Supreme Dao weapons given by Qin Wushuang possessed qualities above the genuine Divine 6 weapons. This way, naturally the advantage of the Qin clan was even more consolidated. Unless the Qin clan was willing to degenerate or a major accident occurred, most likely there would not be any suspense for the Heavenly Emperor seat in the next 10,000 years. With such tremendous advantage, the Qin clan could definitely continue to hold their position and no one could shake them. For the higher-ups of the Qin clan, everyone received benefits. Naturally, they supported Qin Wushuang even more. For Qin Lianshan's line, due to Qin Wushuang, they also enjoyed the treatment of an honored warrior at the Qin clan. Of course, although Qin Lianshan had yet to reach the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, his brother-in-law Da Shiming was close to this level. With time, it was only a matter of time before he entered the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. On this day, at the Upright Morality Hall, Qin Wushuang summoned all Qin clansmen above the core disciple level. Everyone knew that since the Heavenly Emperor had summoned them, certainly there must be important matters. Thus, they came to the Upright Morality Hall early. Chief Yunran, Chief Chongyang, I have an unparalleled formation here. It can be a classic passed down by generations of the Qin clan. It's called the 9 Palace Return 1 Sword Formation. For all disciples of the Qin clan, according to your strength, you can form a team of 9 people to practice this 9 Palace Return 1 Sword Formation. When this formation is trained to the extreme, you can unleash 81 times the power of 9 people. In other words, you can unleash more than 300 times the power of an individual. When I dealt with Xin Tianwen at the Shen Yuan stage, I used the giant puppet to control the sword formation and played with him until he collapsed. Qin Yunran and the others had seen the power of this puppet sword formation. Upon hearing the words of Qin Wushuang, They were greatly overjoyed. Your Majesty, if this formation can be promoted on a large scale inside the Qin clan, certainly the position of the Qin clan will be more stable and we will suppress the other sects. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, within the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Qin clan is already invincible. Our vision should not be limited to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The situation in the Tianxian land is treacherous and unpredictable. No one knows how the situation will change in the future. Only by strengthening our own strength will it be the eternal way of the king. Yes, as long as the Qin clan possesses sufficient strength, regardless of how the situation changes, we will have more leeway. Yunran, Chongyang, for this matter, I will have to trouble you to arrange it. In the future, when the Qin clan gathers 9 Supreme Dao elite warriors, they can practice this formation together. Its power will be extraordinary. Everyone was overjoyed. As for the Great Five Attributes Reincarnation Seal, for the time being, Qin Wushuang did not plan to teach it. Although this consummate skill was powerful, it was tailor-made for the talent of the 5 attributes. It was not impossible to teach it to other disciples. However, they could only practice a single seal technique and its power would be greatly reduced. The Qin clan had many consummate skills and they would not bite off more than they could chew. For that mustard cave dwelling, Qin Wushuang also planned to think about how to refine it and use it as a fortress inside the Qin clan. It was rumored that once this mustard cave dwelling was completely refined, no one within the Tianxian land could break it. Even elite warriors of the Heavenly Supreme Dao stage could not break it easily. It was exceptional. Your Majesty, there is a guy with a long beard outside, he said he wants to see you. Who is it? Did he report his identity? During this time, too many people claimed to want to see him. However, most of them wanted to curry favor with this new Heavenly Emperor. Not many people had serious business. As time passed, naturally Qin Wushuang felt somewhat annoyed. He said he is Saberbeard, that disciple said stutteringly. Saberbeard? Qin Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Ever since the Xin clan met misfortune, this Saberbeard kept a much lower profile. During this time, Qin Wushuang did consider finding trouble with Saberbeard. However, firstly, the foundation of the Qin clan was not stable. Secondly, there were too many important matters at hand and not enough time. Thirdly, he did not have 100% assurance to kill Saberbeard. After all, Saberbeard was in a different situation than Xin Tianwen. If he could not beat him, Saberbeard could completely let go of his status and escape. With the foundation of the Xin clan, Xin Tianwen could not have escaped far. However, it was different for Saberbeard. Your Majesty, this Saberbeard is full of tricks. I am afraid he did not come with good intentions, right? Qin Chongyang said with a frown. Qin Wushuang nodded slightly. A few days ago when chasing Cloud left, he especially warned me to be on guard against Saberbeard. Of course I will not let down my guard. Then let's just drive him away, Qin Yunran suggested. However, Qin Wushuang shook his head. No rush, for sure this Saberbeard came to see us for a reason. I want to see what he is up to. Now, everyone was extremely confident in Qin Wushuang's strength. They were not worried about this Saberbeard causing trouble. Even if this Saberbeard harbored evil intentions, at the Qin headquarters, he could not act wildly. I will take a look outside the mountain gate. Although I am not afraid of him causing trouble, I cannot let him tarnish the sacred mountain gate of the Qin clan. Qin Wushuang revealed a slight smile. He stood up and walked towards the outside of the mountain gate. He did not have much favorable impression of this Saberbeard. Because of this, he must figure out the intentions of this Saberbeard. Qin Wushuang was a meticulous person. Initially when Xin Tianwen struggled on the verge of death and asked for help from Saberbeard, Qin Wushuang had a deep impression of Saberbeard's indifferent appearance. He always felt that the motive of this Saberbeard was somewhat strange. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 875. Outside the mountain gate, Saberbeard was not in a rush at all, as if he was waiting for his best friend. He appeared relaxed. Judging from the situation, one could not see that in the past half a month, this Saberbeard was still fighting with the Qin clan. A few years ago, he came with Xin Tianwen to wreak havoc and attack the mountain gate of the Qin clan. When he saw Qin Wushuang coming out, Saberbeard laughed. Indeed, heroes come from the young. Your Majesty, ha ha, admirable, admirable. I rarely admire anyone, but I must admire you. Qin Wushuang said with a cold sneer, if the way to admire me is to become the enemy of the Qin clan, I don't need such admiration. Saberbeard, you helped Xin Tianwen to attack my Qin clan, this old debt has yet to be settled. Are you here today to settle it with me? Saberbeard immediately waved his hand and revealed a friendly smile. Your Majesty, please don't misunderstand. Indeed, I share some relationship with Xin Tianwen. However, the premise is that I owe him a favor. Therefore, when he invited me to attack the Qin clan, I had to come. Later on, because I offended the Qin clan, I boarded the pirate ship and could not get off. I will speak directly. If the Qin clan had lost, I would not have come here today. Certainly I would be drinking and chatting with Xin Tianwen. However, when Xin Tianwen lost, I did not feel disappointed, instead, I felt free. For a useless piece of trash, it would be difficult for me to make a name for myself by working with him. Hearing his tone, it seemed that he truly planned to reconcile. However, Qin Wushuang never had a good impression of Saberbeard. Naturally, he would not be bewitched by his words. Saberbeard, you are not here to tell me that you want to become friends, right? If that's the case, keep your mouth shut. Ha ha, Your Majesty, everyone says that you are broad-minded and do not care about former grudges. Didn't the 100 Lane clan and the 1,000 Feather sect also attack you? Now, your Qin clan still took them in as trusted aides. Could it be that the generosity of the Qin clan is just for show? When they came to surrender, the Qin clan accepted them. I also came to surrender with sincerity, why can't you accept me? Could it be because I am a beast? If I remember correctly, you seem to have a lot of divine beasts under you. Indeed, Saberbeard was eloquent. However, when his eloquence met someone like Qin Wushuang who had a hardier root, it would not work. Saberbeard, I admit that you are eloquent. However, you are different from the Bailey clan. They helped the Xin clan because they were threatened by Xin Tianwen. You and Xin Tianwen are birds of a feather. Do you think that by slandering Xin Tianwen, you can change my view of you? Haha, Your Majesty, at the end of the day, are you afraid that I'm too powerful to handle? You don't dare to stay by my side because you're afraid that I'll become a scourge. If that's the case, I'll turn around and leave. Saberbeard tried to go at him, but it was useless against Qin Wushuang. Your strength is naturally strong. It's not impossible for you to surrender to me. However, if my untrustworthy subordinates want to surrender to me, they must become my puppets. Are you interested? Saberbeard's expression changed slightly as he said with a sneer, do you think that the pride of a genuine supreme Dao divine beast can be trampled on like this? Qin Wushuang said lightly, didn't you deliver yourself to me? Saberbeard said unhappily, Head Chief Qin, it seems that when I address you as Your Majesty, the conversation between us is not equal. It seems that I must adjust the tone of the negotiation. It's useless no matter what tone you use. With your character, it's impossible for you to win my trust. Either accept my conditions, or wait for me to settle the old accounts with you. Qin Wushuang, you are narrow-minded. Saberbeard could not refrain himself from saying, you are right, sometimes I am indeed a narrow-minded person. Especially to people that threaten the survival of the Qin clan, it's even more so. Saberbeard, I don't know what kind of ambition you have by surrendering to me, but I can tell you clearly that you should give up. Your little tricks won't work in front of me. Saberbeard narrowed his eyes and said with a low voice, indeed you are arrogant when you achieve success at a young age. Qin Wushuang, don't blame me for not reminding you. When you contradicted Shen Yuan Yang that day, he already wanted to kill you. Although you are the heavenly emperor now, when Shen Yuan Yang gets hold of your weakness, perhaps it will be the end of the Qin clan. You need helpers and not more enemies. In the end, although I came with Xin Tianwen to attack your clan, I did not cause any substantial harm. Between us, there is no unsolvable grudge. Saberbeard, let me guess, what is your purpose for surrendering to the Qin clan? Qin Wushuang said with a calm and unruffled smile. Humph, take a guess. The first possible reason is to avenge Xin Tianwen. This reason is somewhat nonsensical. You only have a superficial relationship with Xin Tianwen. When Xin Tianwen was struggling on his deathbed, I only saw your indifference. You did not show any concern of a close comrade. This reason can be ruled out. I also do not think you are that great. Ha, that's right, I am selfish and only think for myself. Indeed, the Xin clan is not qualified for me to work for them. Yes, it's good that you are willing to admit it. The second reason, perhaps you have some powerful enemies that you cannot deal with alone. Therefore, you want to rely on a sect and get an ally. Of course, the possibility of this reason is not great. This is certainly impossible. If I have powerful enemies, the best way is to hide in seclusion. Even if I am to find helpers, I would rather rely on the totem clan. Then the remaining reason is simple, you have a scheme. You must achieve it through the Heavenly Emperor Gate. The Xin clan in the past and the current Qin clan are all people you want to approach. By the way, do you want to enter that god-discarding door? Saberbeard's gaze turned cold and shot out a burst of cold light. Then, he laughed happily. Good skill, indeed good skill. Since you have hit the nail on the head, there is no need to hide my intentions. That's right, I just want to try my luck at that god-discarding door. However, for a freelance divine beast like me, unless I rely on a sect, I am not qualified to enter. Your Heavenly Emperor Gate has a lot of spots. I can sacrifice 1,000 years of freedom to work for the Qin clan. I only ask for one spot, how about it? Qin Wushuang sized Saberbeard seriously as if he wanted to see through him. However, this Saberbeard did not evade his gaze at all. He stared at Qin Wushuang and waited for his reply. Qin Wushuang gave a slight sneer. Saberbeard, 1,000 years of work, you want to get one spot, you have a good plan. When Saberbeard saw that Qin Wushuang's tone seemed to have loosened, he immediately said, the time can be discussed, how about 2,000 years? Sacrificing 2,000 years of freedom, what are you doing here? Saberbeard asked with a low voice, what are you doing here? Isn't this a stupid question? The god-discarding door is the ultimate secret of the Tian Shen land. The legendary door to soar to the Galaxia is inside the god-discarding door. Let me ask you, at the Tian Shen land, which genuine Supreme Dao elite warrior does not want to soar to the Galaxia and prove the heavenly Supreme Dao stage? Ha, I see. Qin Wushuang declined to comment. Head Chief Qin, think about it. I never owe you favors. Once I owe you this favor, I will certainly repay it with all my power. For 2,000 years, I will work like an ox or a horse for the Qin clan. Where can you find such a good helper? That's right. Qin Wushuang said with a grinning face, however, haven't you heard of the saying? Without any proof, who knows if you are telling the truth? How can I see your sincerity? What kind of sincerity do you need? Saberbeard could not help but ask. Qin Wushuang deliberately thought for a moment and said seriously, there has always been a rule. To seek refuge with other powerhouses, you must show your loyalty. You want me to show my loyalty? Saberbeard's eyes lit up. Ha, what do you think? Qin Wushuang laughed. Saberbeard asked, speak, who do you want me to kill? Just speak. You should think about this yourself. If I ask you to kill someone, wouldn't I be an instigator? I will only see your sincerity in showing your loyalty. As for who to kill, that's your business. Saberbeard's eyes lit up. As if he had a tacit understanding, he chuckled. I understand. Ha, Head Chief Qin, just you wait. You will surely like my sincerity. Qin Wushuang chuckled. Then let's wait and see. After he finished speaking, he did not care what else Saberbeard wanted to say and walked towards the mountain gate directly. Saberbeard glared at the departing figure of Qin Wushuang. Inwardly, he gritted his teeth with hatred. Kid, you are just putting on airs. If it weren't for the totem elite warriors deliberately pushing me aside and not letting me participate, Would I have come to beg you? Just you wait, when I finish my mission, I will skin you alive to get rid of today's hatred. When he thought about the proof of his loyalty, a cold sneer spilled from the corner of Saberbeard's mouth. He looked at the direction of the Shin clan leisurely and mumbled to himself, Shin Tianwen, it's fine if you die, you will be lonely on the road to the underworld. I will let your brother Shin Tianchen accompany you. Two brothers will not be lonely on the road together. Saberbeard had great ambitions and was extremely hard-hearted. He would not care about his friendship with Shin Tianwen. In fact, he was just putting on a show. He spent so much capital to help Shin Tianwen, yet in the end, he was a useless person. This made Saberbeard feel that he was fooled by Shin Tianwen. If Shin Tianwen had acquired the Heavenly Emperor seat, Saberbeard would not have to turn around and beg Qin Wushuang. Inside the mountain gate of the Shin clan, all the defenses were closed. They guarded the gate like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Currently, the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect were afraid of the Qin clan's revenge. They had already moved out of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and fled far away. Currently, Shin Tianchen was the only remaining supreme Dao elite warrior of the Shin clan. Naturally, he endured the humiliation. However, like a bird startled by the twang of a bow, each day he was in a state of anxiety. On this day, when he heard that Saberbeard was coming to visit, a form of expectation emerged inwardly. He immediately said, invite him in, invite him in. When Saberbeard entered the mountain gate of the Shin clan, he saw that the Shin clan was in a state of desolation. Each of the disciples of the Shin clan hung their heads and did not have the slightest vitality. Inwardly, he sneered, the Shin clan is on the decline, they already have one foot in the coffin. I am only helping them to release the soul. In fact, they should be thanking me to prevent them from struggling. By that time, they will be destroyed by the Qin clan. Why can't I do it for them? Thinking here, the trace of a devilish smile on the corner of Saberbeard's mouth became richer. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 876. Sir Saberbeard, with the death of my chief, we are without a leader. I must ask Sir Saberbeard to remember our old relationship and help me. Shin Tianchen complained tearfully while wiping his snot and tears. A strange smile spilled from the corner of Saberbeard's mouth as he nodded. Yes, yes, I have come today to help you. Shin Tianchen was overjoyed. Sir Saberbeard, do you have any good ideas? Saberbeard laughed strangely. Yes, there is a good way to get things done once and for all. Shin Tianchen did not doubt him. Please enlighten me. Tianchen, your boss is already dead. Sooner or later your Shin clan will be the meat in the bowl of the Qin clan. My intention today is simple. I am here to help Brother Tianwen send you guys off. I will let your Shin clan reunite at the underworld. Rather than being destroyed by the Qin clan, I would rather do it. Brother Tianwen asked me to do this in a dream, I must do it. Shin Tianchen turned pale with fright. Saberbeard. Sir, are you joking? Saberbeard's expression sank. Am I not serious enough? Shin Tianchen's heart tightened as he realized that something was wrong. He slanted his body and left in a flash. Saberbeard let out an evil grin. You think you can leave? Along the way, he grabbed with his claws and teeth and grabbed Shin Tianchen's body directly. With just a squeeze, Shin Tianchen's body became badly mutilated and blood spurted everywhere. As soon as the divine soul escaped, Saberbeard opened his mouth and swallowed Shin Tianchen's divine soul directly. He chewed a few times and swallowed it into his stomach with a crunching sound. The powerful transformation Supreme Dao Elite Warrior Shin Tianchen had his body destroyed in one move and his divine soul was swallowed. With Shin Tianchen's death, the Shin clan did not have any elite warriors. Saberbeard charged back and forth a few times and slaughtered all the elite warriors of the Shin clan. As he looked at those little characters fleeing in all directions, Saberbeard did not let any of them go. He let out all the sealed beast souls and chased them everywhere. The entire upper sect of the Shin clan was sealed by Saberbeard's powerful divine power. It had turned into a slaughterhouse where people fought until the sky turned dark. During the Heavenly Emperor competition, Saberbeard had lent the sealed beast souls he had obtained from the southern border to the Shin clan. Other than the 2 that were killed by Qin Wushuang, there were still a few left. Therefore, it saved him a lot of trouble when he chased after the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The sealed beast souls were the most destructive and powerful existences that hunted down and killed humans. In one day and one night, they had killed every single person in the headquarters of the Shin clan. This massacre could be said to be a bloodbath. Not a single one of the tens of thousands of disciples at the Shin clan's headquarters managed to escape. It was apparent how terrifying the divine beasts were. A few sealed beast souls, plus Saberbeard at the 3rd calamity of the genuine Supreme Tao stage, were enough to annihilate the Shin clan. From this, one could see how terrifying the beast race was. Soon, news of this massacre spread across the entire Xian Yuan mound. The Shin clan was annihilated. The Shin clan that had been passed down for tens and thousands of years was destroyed in less than half a month after Shin Tianwen's death. Naturally, the outside world was shocked. All guesses pointed to the Qin clan. However, the Qin clan had sufficient evidence. All the elite warriors of the Qin clan had never left the aspiring throne mountain from the mountain gate. Many sects that were guests at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain could testify. This way, the guesses of the annihilation of the Shin clan became even more heated. Some people said that although the Qin clan did not make a move themselves, they must have sent elite warriors to do it in secret. Some people also said that it was done by the totem elite warriors for the controller of the God Discarding Door. Some even said that it was the work of the controller of the God Discarding Door. How could an ordinary person do such a thing? How could they trap all disciples of the Shin clan and kill them all? Qin Wushuang did not put these guesses in his mind at all. However, he was secretly laughing. It seemed that this saber-beard divine beast was extremely eager for the God Discarding Door. He would not hesitate to turn against the Shin clan to offer this proof of allegiance. Only, even if this saber-beard offered 10 proofs of allegiance, Qin Wushuang would not give him this spot. It was because deep in Qin Wushuang's bones, he hated Saber-beard. He was on guard against this capricious, vicious beast. Thinking of the instructions of the chasing cloud beast before he left, and seeing how Saber-beard had destroyed the Shin clan so decisively, certainly it would be a great disaster to keep such a two-faced vicious beast that could turn hostile at any time. Not to mention, Qin Wushuang did not even want to keep him. Initially, when Saber-beard accompanied Shin Tianwen to attack the Qin clan, Qin Wushuang had already made up his mind to kill Saber-beard. Indeed, on the 3rd day after the annihilation of the Shin clan, Saber-beard came to the Aspiring Throne Mountain again. When he arrived at the territory of the Aspiring Throne Mountain, Saber-beard was beaming with happiness. When he saw Qin Wushuang, he laughed. "Head Chief Qin, look what I brought you." He threw Shin Tianquan's severed head to him casually. Without even looking at it, Qin Wushuang gave a snort and swept away the head with his sleeve. Such a filthy thing dares to tarnish the mountain gate of the Qin clan? Saber-beard, you are the enemy of the Qin clan, what are you doing here? Saber-beard was stunned. "Head Chief Qin, this is Shin Tianquan's head, isn't it what you want?" Qin Wushuang raised his brow. "Shin Tianquan? This way, you are responsible for the annihilation of the Shin clan? Isn't it me? How about it, did I do it beautifully?" Saber-beard was all smiles and appeared incredibly proud. He was extremely satisfied with his ruthlessness. Qin Wushuang shouted, "Good Saber-beard, so the murderer of the Shin clan is you. Someone come, surround him." Surrounding the Aspiring Throne Mountain, countless Supreme Tao elite warriors immediately poured out like the tide and surrounded Saber-beard before the mountain gate of the Qin clan. Saber-beard's gaze turned cold. "Qin Wushuang, you schemed against me?" Qin Wushuang said with a cold snort, "Saber-beard, initially when you came to the Qin clan, I pretended to be polite and courteous. I wanted to lure you to come to the mountain gate of the Qin clan again and take you down. I let you go that day because I did not set up the inescapable net. Today, let's see where you can escape to." Instantly, Saber-beard was stupefied. As he looked at Qin Wushuang's strange smile, He realized that he had been played by Qin Wushuang. He had been played ruthlessly. Qin Wushuang, you win. You asked me to present a proof of allegiance. Clearly you wanted me to annihilate the Xin clan. Now, you are pretending to be awe-inspiring with righteousness. You are harboring unfathomable motive. Saberbeard cried out with a hoarse voice. Yet, he glanced around and started to search for a breakthrough point. Today, he had fallen into a tight encirclement. Besides the Xin clan, 7 of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates had come. Clearly, they had opened the cloth bag and waited for him to deliver himself to them. Qin Wushuang said with a cold sneer, I was bluffing you to stabilize you. Besides, I only said to present a proof of allegiance. I did not instruct you to kill people of the Xin clan. Despite the Xin clan's thousands of wrongdoings, those are grudges of the past. Now, the Xin clan is a member of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. How could an outsider kill one of them? Even if the Xin clan had committed some crimes, only the Heavenly Emperor Gate would have the authority to carry out this punitive expedition. Who do you think you are, Saberbeard, to dare to use punishment for personal reasons? Although Qin Wushuang spoke with a strong sense of righteousness, he was secretly laughing on the inside. Qin Wushuang would be incredibly happy to annihilate the Xin clan. It would save him a lot of effort. He could kill with a borrowed knife and destroy the knife at the same time. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? Saberbeard was at a loss for words. Now, thinking back, Qin Wushuang's words at that time did leave a lot of leeway. He did not ask him to kill people of the Xin clan. Qin Wushuang, you are despicable. You are bluffing me. Qin Wushuang said with a cold sneer, if I did not bluff you, how could I let you, a divine beast spy of the southern border, get executed? Saberbeard, everyone knows that you are a spy of the Heavenly Fire southern border beast clans. Now, you have come to my Shen Yuan mound to curry favor. Your intentions are punishable. If I don't kill you, how could I face the heavenly law? Qin Wushuang, you are slandering me. How could I be a spy of the southern border? Saberbeard roared angrily. If you are not a spy of the southern border, how could you have found the immemorial temple of the southern border so easily and bewitched Xin Tian when to go against the tide? Qin Wushuang's reasoning was sufficient. Step by step, he would confirm Saberbeard's crime. Only in this way, he could kill him with a strong sense of righteousness. It was easy to kill with one's fists. However, to kill in a righteous manner and pull up the banner of justice, it would be easier and more confident to kill him. Saberbeard cried out angrily, despicable, despicable villain. Qin Wushuang's expression sank. Set up the formation. The 9 golem puppets immediately set up the formation. Once again, they activated the 9 palace return 1 sword formation and surrounded Saberbeard from below. Then, they started to attack. Saberbeard had witnessed the power of this 9 palace return 1 sword formation. Once he fell into it, it would be enough for him to suffer. He roared angrily, Qin Wushuang, you are powerful. Remember, for this debt, I will let your blood flow like a river and pile up corpses like a mountain. Qin Wushuang said coldly, then let's see if you have the skill to escape today. If you cannot escape, it's useless to talk big. When he said here, Qin Wushuang pulled the yin-yang nature blade in his hand and called out, heads of the Zhu family, this time, the Qin clan invited you guys to surround this vicious beast, a spy from the southern border. You don't need to charge and break through the enemy lines, you only need to help the Qin clan defend the important positions. Watch us kill this villain. While he spoke, Qin Wushuang already called out with the yin-yang nature blade. The strange blade set off a giant wave and cut the sky into 2 halves. As long as one wasn't careful and fell down, they would be completely lost in the infinite void and be destroyed by the laws of space. Saberbeard was on par with Xin Tianwen in terms of strength. Initially, when Xin Tianwen could not defeat Qin Wushuang, naturally Saberbeard was also struggling. He resisted the power of the 9 palace return 1 sword formation with great effort. At the same time, he chanted and a burst of talisman light dashed to the sky. It transformed into nothingness and disappeared in the air. Saberbeard laughed. Qin Wushuang, I already reported my situation to my master. If you kill me today, I dare to guarantee that your aspiring throne mountain will also be razed to the ground. Qin Wushuang said with a cold sneer, I have heard many threats. You are not the first and you will not be the last. Saberbeard, today even if you have a glib tongue, you will not escape death. Saberbeard said angrily, Qin Wushuang, are you not afraid of death? What's so scary about death? Death is inevitable for everyone. Saberbeard, you are afraid of death, but it does not mean that I, Qin Wushuang, am as afraid of death as you. Additionally, I don't care who your master is and what intentions he has for entering the god-discarding door. You are not skilled enough to play tricks before the Qin clan. Saberbeard was continuously terrified. Sooner or later you will regret it. Qin Wushuang, you cannot kill me, you cannot kill me. However, since Qin Wushuang was determined to kill him, how could he have the slightest hesitation? To be continued. If you want to know about the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 877. Saberbeard was trapped tightly by the 9 golem puppets. Qin Wushuang did not hold back his yin-yang nature blade as he kept greeting him. It forced Saberbeard into a difficult situation and made it difficult for him to resist. Under such powerful siege, it was impossible for Saberbeard to turn the situation around despite his skills. He could only retreat in defeat. He knew that if he were to make any more plans, he would lose his life at the aspiring throne mountain. With a long hiss, suddenly, a strange blue light overflowed from Saberbeard's body. His entire body was surrounded by a layer of blue halo. On the surface of the halo, countless star-like characters sparkled like tadpoles cruising on it. At this moment, Saberbeard mumbled, the sky is dark and the earth is yellow, the universe is desolate. I beg my master, worship me, greedy wolf. Before he finished speaking this series of strange words, Saberbeard's body transformed into a burst of blue light. Ignoring the rules of space, he disappeared without a trace. For this change, not to mention Qin Wushuang being dumbstruck, even those supreme Dao elite warriors who planned to attack Saberbeard covetously did not have the slightest reaction. He left. Bao Bao still felt somewhat confused. Qin Wushuang revealed a slightly solemn expression as he looked at the place where the blue light had disappeared. He put away the 9 golem puppets and stood for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. This blue light escape technique was somewhat similar to the Heaven Escape book he had used previously. It was a forceful divine skill to open up a path in the void to escape without a trace. It was the use of the space rules. The Heaven Escape book was something that only existed in the 7 deadly arrays formation. According to Qin Wushuang's speculation, the owner of the 7 deadly arrays formation was definitely not someone from the Tianxian land. Therefore, most likely the Heaven Escape book was not something from the Tianxian land. It was not that the elite warriors of the Tianxian land did not know how to use similar space rules, but they would not be this powerful. Boss, what's going on? That Saberbeard is somewhat strange. Even Bao Bao, who was thick-headed, felt something was wrong. This Saberbeard divine beast has a somewhat strange background. It just said something about a master, but I don't know who that is. Qin Wushuang was a little worried, but he didn't show it. Qin Wushuang was a person with strong intuition. After seeing Saberbeard's strange behavior, Qin Wushuang felt that Saberbeard had a complicated background. His target was obviously the god-discarding door. Just where did he come from? Totem clan? Saberbeard did not look like he was loyal to the Shen Yuan totem. If he was loyal to the totem clan, there was no need for Saberbeard to take such a long detour and seek a spot to enter the god-discarding door from the Qin clan. If it wasn't the strength of a totem, it would be even stranger. The top of the Tianxian land was the totem powerhouse. There were also some super experts who lived in seclusion. Could it be that the owner of Saberbeard was one of those hidden elite warriors, someone like Senior Li Buyi? Qin Wushuang's mind was in a fog, but he didn't think too much about it. Now, he even doubted whether Saberbeard was looking for him for the god-discarding door or the 7 deadly arrays formation. After the battle with Saberbeard, the other 6 gates of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain were more or less panicked when they learned that Saberbeard had killed the Shin clan. Although they knew that it was most likely an excuse for Qin Wushuang to accuse Saberbeard of being a spy from the southern border, they were still restraining their fear to this strange divine beast. Everyone, this Saberbeard has a strange background, he has great ambitions. If I have the chance, I will report this matter to the Totem Clan and ask them to make a decision. Yes. I don't think this Saberbeard is a good person. Initially, he only wanted to use Xin Tianwen. That's right, for such a vicious beast of unknown origin, we must be vigilant. Ha, Your Majesty, with the Xin clan destroyed, how should we deal with the empty spot? Qin Wushuang said lightly, we will discuss this later, I will go to the Totem Clan first. Being the Heavenly Emperor, naturally he was qualified to talk to the Shen Yuan Totem Clan. Although he did not get along well with the Shen Yuan clan, discord was discord, the general situation was the general situation. Qin Wushuang was not the type to ignore the general situation. Indeed, the Shen Yuan clan was annoyed by Qin Wushuang. If it were in the past, he would have been killed on the spot for contradicting the paramount totem elite warriors. However, this Qin Wushuang had Li Buyi supporting him. The Totem Clan only tolerated him for fear of breaking the vases. When they heard that Qin Wushuang had come to seek an audience and Li Buyi was no longer at the Shen Yuan mound, they wanted to use this opportunity to humiliate Qin Wushuang. Unexpectedly, Qin Wushuang did not give them the chance. He went straight to the point and presented the situation. Saberbeard had slaughtered the entire Xin clan. Indeed, this news was enlightening to the apathetic. It made Shen Yuan Yang feel his mouth was dry. Especially Saberbeard's strange performance at the aspiring throne mountain, it made Shen Yuan Yang's brows tremble. Shen Yuan Yang frowned slightly and after a moment of thinking, he said, Qin Wushuang, for this matter, you did a good job. Unfortunately, you let that Saberbeard escape. This divine beast has been in my Shen Yuan mound for a few thousand years. I always felt that he was somewhat strange. I didn't expect that there was someone directing him from behind the scenes. Qin Wushuang already conveyed the message. How the Shen Yuan clan will treat him is your business. Under such circumstances, of course Qin Wushuang would not ask too much to avoid asking for a snub. On the contrary, Shen Yuan Wei asked, Chief, who do you think is the person directing him from behind the scenes? Could it be the Fire God clan of the southern border? Or the Farmer God clan? Shen Yuan Yang shook his head slowly. None of them. The two totem clans of the southern border have many spots to enter the mysterious door. Why would they come to the Shen Yuan mound to take a spot? It's unreasonable. I suspect that this Saberbeard is not a subordinate of the totem clan, but someone else. Qin Wushuang could not help but feel somewhat impressed. This judgment happened to coincide with his own. It would not be an exaggeration to say that great minds think alike. Not the Totem Clan? Shen Yuan Wei was somewhat confused. Besides the Totem Clan, who else could direct him? Besides, who would have the guts to go against the Totem Clan? Shen Yuan Ba said with a bitter smile, it could not be those controllers, right? It can't be the controllers. The controllers control everything in the Tian Shen land, they don't need to do such boring things. Shen Yuan Yang said with a bitter smile. Since this was not the case, and that was not the case, everyone was somewhat confused. As Qin Wushuang listened to their answers, he was also pondering inwardly. However, he understood the situation and did not speak a word. Since he had questions, he would ask Senior Li Buyi for guidance. Qin Wushuang, you should return to the aspiring throne mountain first. Take good care of the situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. After a round of internal friction, the power of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain has been greatly weakened. You must increase your power. This time, Shen Yuan Yang did not mention the past, but gave him a few words of encouragement. Of course, Qin Wushuang had to act on the surface. He said his goodbyes and left. Inside the Shen Yuan clan, when everyone saw Qin Wushuang leave, their expression immediately changed. Head Chief, could this Qin Wushuang have piled up lies to trick the Totem Clan? Shen Yuan Xiao was the first one to raise the question. Shen Yuan Wei agreed greatly. That's right, this Qin Wushuang even dared to contradict you. I think it's possible that he is deliberately making up lies. Shen Yuanba said with a bitter smile, I don't think this kid is deliberately making up lies. I observed this kid, he is arrogant to the bone, yet he would not make up lies. Besides, if he were to make up lies, the Yun clan and the Great Second Sect would not lie with him. Shen Yuanyong nodded slowly. Junior brother Ba is right, Qin Wushuang will not lie about this matter. If there is any exaggeration, for sure he will talk too much. After he finished speaking, he did not speak a word. Clearly, he did not want to worry too much about this matter, and planned to give this hot potato to the totem clan. This kid is so cunning. Shen Yuanwei said angrily, if Li Buyi wasn't supporting him, I would have abolished his heavenly emperor position. Shen Yuanyang said indifferently, Humph, he is young and does not know how to restrain himself. Sooner or later something will happen to him. If he is too arrogant, it's easy for the heavens to be jealous. The god discarding door is a narrow escape. The more arrogant he is, the more miserable he will die. Since ancient times, has there been a lack of geniuses in the Tian Shen land? After the god discarding door is opened, most of the geniuses with arrogance will not have a good death. Shen Yuanba said worriedly, head chief, from Li Buyi's tone, it seems the situation of the Tian Shen land is getting worse. When everyone heard these words, they felt apprehensive. Instantly, their expression became solemn. Compared to the matter mentioned by Li Buyi, Qin Wushuang's trivial matter was not worth mentioning. Shen Yuanyang gave a long sigh. Now, the Tian Shen land is truly in a mess. Inside, the Golden Crow is wreaking havoc. Outside, the foreign tribes are eyeing covetously. Could it be that in the end, the tens and thousands of years of inheritance of the Tian Shen land will fall into the hands of the foreign tribes? Being the paramount totem elite warrior, at any time, Shen Yuanyang could be said to be high-spirited, authoritative, and insufferably arrogant. Yet now, his tone was incredibly bleak and filled with a form of helpless despair. The other totem elite warriors also revealed a face full of fear. Shen Yuanba could not help but ask, Head Chief, aren't those controllers working hard? Could it be that even they are at their wits' end? Don't look at how the totem clan was high and mighty at the Tian Shen land. At this moment, each of their fear was no less than those in the secular world. Everyone, don't let your imagination run wild. Focus and wait for the god discarding door to open. If there are special fortuitous opportunities this time, perhaps the fate of the Tian Shen land will turn around. On the contrary, we will see where the fate of the Tian Shen land will go. Shen Yuanyang revealed a trace of forced smile and instructed, You guys, guard the door with peace of mind. I must hurry to the endless eastern sea, it's my turn to be on duty. That golden crow is truly abominable. If Li Buyi and the others were to step out, perhaps they could suppress it. Suddenly, Shen Yuanba said, Head Chief, do you think that Saberbeard is related to the golden crow? Hasn't the origin of that golden crow always been a mystery? A strange light flashed across Shen Yuanyang's eyes as he revealed a thoughtful expression. He did not think about this question. Shen Yuanba's words had awakened him from his dream. When he placed such a possibility before him, it was something worth pondering deeply. Golden Crow, Saberbeard? Were there any connections between these two? Again, Shen Yuanyang frowned. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 878. Due to the annihilation of the Xin clan, naturally there was an empty spot. Being the heavenly emperor, initially Qin Wushuang had a spot to banish. This spot should have been used on the Xin clan, yet now the Xin clan was annihilated. In terms of relationship, the Floating Snow House, Misty Sword Sect, 100 Lane Clan, and 1000 Feather Sect were all trusted powerhouses and would not be banished. For the other two sects, the Yun and Qin clan were old friends. At this sensitive time, the Qin clan would not make a move against the Yun clan. In fact, the Great Second Gate was the most likely to be banished. In fact, the Great Second Gate was definitely on tenterhooks during this time. They were more or less regretful. Although they defeated the mysterious Reform Gate and seized a spot, the Shin clan had been annihilated. However, from the current situation, the Shin clan was already annihilated. If the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan were to carry out this authority, certainly the Great Second Gate would be the only choice. They regretted rejecting the Qin clan's persuasion and joining the Yun clan. Although the result was good as they defeated the mysterious Reform Gate. In the end, the Qin clan seized the Heavenly Emperor seat. This way, naturally their performance of rejecting the Qin clan would most likely become the subject of ridicule. Although the Great Second Gate was regretful, they were at a loss for what to do. They could only wait in fear. When the final result came out, Qin Wushuang gave up this banishment spot. He maintained the current situation of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. At the same time, he sent out the order for all sects to work together to build the general situation of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and strengthen the heroic spirit of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Immediately, Qin Wushuang's move won countless praise. It made the entire Great Second Gate blush with shame. As for the spot of the Shin clan, the Qin clan would slowly review it. Of course, the final decision would still be in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not take care of everything himself. Instead, he gave this matter to Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang. Qin Yunran was still the same as before the war. He visited everywhere to get to know all the qualified sects, and to understand their character and loyalty. In the end, Qin Yunran finalized a few spots and handed it to Qin Wushuang to review. When Qin Wushuang saw the 3 words mysterious Reform Gate, he could not refrain from revealing a trace of a smile. Yunran, the leader of this mysterious Reform Gate, found by Liguang and Luo Baiyu a few days ago and asked them to plead for mercy. Clearly, the mysterious Reform Gate was extremely regretful of their decision back then. The mysterious Reform Gate was originally on the same side as the 100 Lane clan and the 1000 Crane sect. The 100 Lane clan and the 1000 Feather sect had sought refuge with the Qin clan. However, the mysterious Reform Gate clung to their own course and believed that the Qin clan was unreliable. They did not seek refuge with the Qin clan. In the end, they were eliminated by Extreme Celestial sect. Now that they saw the Bailey family and the 1000 Feather sect doing well and were highly regarded by the Heavenly Emperor Gate, the mysterious Reform Gate could be said to be extremely regretful. The mysterious Reform School found their former allies and begged them with tears and snot. Only then did they manage to get by Liguang and Luo Baiyu to help them. Initially, the mysterious Reform Gate was a powerhouse among the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Thus, they had a strong foundation. In fact, their strength was not inferior to the Extreme Celestial sect. However, the Extreme Celestial sect had been taken care of by the Yun clan, which allowed them to defeat them. If they could rely on the giant tree known as the Qin clan, the mysterious Reform Gate would be fully qualified to regain their position. Qin Wushuang did not close the door. Instead, he asked Bai Liguang and Luo Baiyu to tell the leader of the mysterious Reform Gate what kind of qualifications he must accept in order to rely on the Qin clan. Naturally, the mysterious Reform Gate did not have the slightest consideration. They only wished to return to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and had no time to care about anything else. This way, naturally, this substitute spot fell into the hands of the mysterious Reform Gate. As for the other sects, it was already an extra joy for them to rely on the Qin clan. They would not dare to ask for too much to sit among the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. They would not dare to question the Qin clan's decision. Of course, Qin Wushuang also used some of his personal power to make some small adjustments to the location of the mountain gate. Of course, there was a purpose behind these adjustments. It was not wrong to say that he was using his power for personal gain. However, when he used this little bit of power, of course others could not say anything. Qin Wushuang adjusted the empty territory of the Shin clan to the Murong clan of the floating snow house. The heavenly punishing villa that the Murong clan had replaced was given to the Extreme Celestial sect. The mysterious Reform Gate would still be their own mountain gate. For such arrangement, no one had the slightest objection. Naturally, when the Extreme Celestial sect acquired the mountain gate of the heavenly punishing villa, it would be better than the mysterious Reform Gate. Since the mysterious Reform Gate had acquired an extra spot, they were not qualified to bargain. It was a matter of course to return the mountain gate that originally belonged to them. Naturally, the mysterious reform gate could only accept it. It was an unexpected joy for the floating snow house to acquire the territory of the Shin clan. The Shin clan was one of the three major sects on par with the Qin clan and the Yun clan. Regardless of the scale of the mountain gate, the terrain, the underground spiritual ley lines, and the mechanisms of the mountain gate, they were much better than the heavenly punishing villa. Regarding Qin Wushuang's arrangement, no one had anything to say. Mu Rong Qianji was the father-in-law of the heavenly emperor. With this relationship, he was destined to receive extra care from the heavenly emperor. In this aspect, no one would get jealous. The Yun clan also seemed to know their own position as they did not step out to say anything. Instead, they obeyed resolutely. Certainly, they also realized that the Yun clan could not stop the power of the Qin clan. Additionally, with the Qin clan in charge, the Yun and Qin clan could definitely coexist peacefully. Although the Qin clan was domineering, they were not as unreasonable as the Shin clan. The Yun clan was rather gentle and had the temperament of a benevolent person. At this moment, of course they would display their style. After Qin Wushuang had stabilized the situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, he started to train in solitary training. From the battle with Shin Tianwen, Qin Wushuang gained a lot. Vividly, he grasped the signs of the eighth calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. After 3 months of solitary training, Qin Wushuang successfully passed the eighth calamity. He advanced towards the path of the ninth calamity. Once he passed the ninth calamity, he would be at the genuine Supreme Tao stage. At the Tian Shen land, the genuine Supreme Tao stage belonged to the top existence. It belonged to the peak of this world. Qin Wushuang's martial arts training path had always pursued one peak after another. Currently, he had touched the edge of the peak. He must pass the ninth calamity in one spurt of energy. He must enter the genuine Supreme Tao stage. Once he entered the genuine Supreme Tao stage, he would be qualified to explore the seventh loop of the seven deadly arrays formation. Qin Wushuang yearned for that seventh loop greatly. He knew that the seventh loop was the ultimate core of the seven deadly arrays formation, the foundation of the entire formation. The fortune of the first 6 loops already made Qin Wushuang feel incredulous. Naturally, Qin Wushuang longed for the fortuitous opportunity of the 7th loop. Ever since he witnessed Li Buyi's skills, Qin Wushuang knew that the genuine Supreme Tao stage was definitely not an unsurpassable peak. Judging from senior Li Buyi's strength, he should have surpassed the limit of the genuine Supreme Tao stage. However, for tens and thousands of years, it was said that no one in the Tian Shen land could soar to the Galaxia and enter the heavenly Supreme Tao stage. Therefore, Qin Wushuang even doubted how old that senior Li Buyi was and how monstrous his true strength was. One point was without a doubt: although he was awe-inspiring when he was elected as the Heavenly Emperor, compared to Li Buyi, he was insignificant. Li Buyi could kill Shin Tianwen instantly without moving the tip of his finger. Although he was a little stronger than Shin Tianwen, he only relied on the puppet sword formation. If he were to face an elite warrior at the same level as Li Buyi, he would not even have the chance to resist. It was similar to an ant encountering a giant monster. Such fatal difference in strength had always been the best motivation for Qin Wushuang to train. Although senior Li Buyi was a friend and not an enemy, Qin Wushuang was always a strong person. He did not wish that in the world he was in, someone could surpass him and crush him to death. Qin Wushuang had enough of the feeling of having his fate in the hands of others. 5 years had passed in a hurry. This time, Qin Wushuang had been in solitary training for more than 5 years, almost 6 years. This time, his harvest was that he had broken through the test of the 9th calamity and advanced to the genuine Supreme Tao stage successfully. The 9th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage was a hurdle that countless martial artists could not pass. Although Qin Wushuang had astonishing talent and possessed all kinds of miraculous tools, as well as divine weapons to pass the 9th calamity of the genuine Supreme Tao stage, he still spent some effort on that 9th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. Qin Wushuang's monstrous speed had made Qin Xiaotian gasp in admiration. Inwardly, he felt even more reassured. With a head chief like Qin Wushuang, how could the Qin clan not prosper? Currently, Qin Wushuang's monstrous level had even made the young disciples of the Shen Yuan clan deeply jealous. The strength of Bao Bao and the other divine beasts had also advanced by leaps and bounds. In these 5 or 6 years, they had all achieved significant breakthroughs. In these 5 years, the happiest thing was Murongshu's successful breakthrough into the Supreme Tao stage. Initially, when Qin Wushuang sat on the Heavenly Emperor seat, he proposed to hold the wedding to liven things up. The tenacity inside Murongshu's heart was unleashed. She insisted that she would only marry Qin Wushuang when she broke into the Supreme Tao stage and did not have any inner demons inside her heart. Such motivation allowed Murongshu's breakthrough to become even more violent. Of course, those recuperate pearls and spiritual power source pearls given by Qin Wushuang were the major contributors behind Murongshu's breakthrough. In the 3rd week after Murongshu broke into the Supreme Tao stage, the news of the Heavenly Emperor's wedding finally spread across the entire Shen Yuan land. In the name of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, Qin Wushuang invited all major powerhouses with whom he had some relationship. This included the Dragon Clan and those existences that were friends with Qin Wushuang. Fortunately, the floating snow house was already living in the territory of the Xin clan and had set up a foundation. This made the ceremony of Qin Wushuang marrying Murongshu much easier and livelier. The Heavenly Emperor's wedding also startled all major forbidden spiritual zones. The Karakoram immortal clan of the illusion Heavenly Lake had sent elite warriors to congratulate the newlyweds. The Golden Ray Dragon King of the Forefather Dragon Clan of the Endless Eastern Sea had personally written a congratulatory message and entrusted the elite warriors of the Forefather Dragon Clan to deliver it. This wedding was extraordinarily lively. Guests from all over almost broke the threshold of the aspiring throne mountain. Naturally, Qin Lianshan and Mu Rongqianji, the 2 seniors, were greatly gratified. The guests from the Totem clan had a rather good standard. Just when Qin Wushuang was greeting everyone, a roaring laugh came from outside the door. "Head Chief Qin, I heard that you are getting married. I have come to congratulate you." This person was Li Buyi. Initially, many people had seen his charming appearance and his methods. When they saw Li Buyi appear, instantly the entire scene became silent. "Today, I ran for the entire day and only got home after 9 at night. Although I am tired, I must write 2 chapters. There will be one more in a moment. The situation has changed again, ha. Everyone, let's wait and see. I will also recommend a book." Book title: Joyful Immortal Book Number 1896556. The introduction is as follows. Name: Chu Bai. Identity: martial artist at the middle stage of the Qi training stage, chief of the 4 Wu sect, servant and cook. Personality: greedy for money, overprotective, thick-skinned, passive, black-bellied. Chu Bai: I am wronged, ideal, cultivate and seek the Tao. Reason: afraid of death, poverty, and trouble. Wish: marry the junior sister with remarkable abilities. Although she is only 8 months old, she is known as the #1 human-shaped treasure in the cultivation world. Note: milk powder is really expensive. Skill: make 1 million ghost soldiers. Note: why are the 1 million ghost soldiers raised by my family all delicate and tender beauties? And they love to rob and beat people in groups. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 879. Li Buyi did not want to be in the limelight. However, in today's situation, Li Buyi knew that if he did not congratulate Qin Wushuang, most likely those restless thoughts in the dark would become active. If one were to say that Li Buyi had only supported Qin Wushuang in secret, now it seemed that he was going to put it on the surface. Fortunately, Qin Lianshan and Mu Rongqianji were in charge of receiving him, and the Supreme Tao elite warriors of the Qin clan were hosting. This time, Qin Wushuang did not need to work too hard. He only needed to be his bridegroom happily. After the banquet was over, Li Buyi walked before Qin Wushuang and said with a smile, "Little one, you don't mind if I take up some of your wedding time, right? Senior Li has helped me many times. I am endlessly grateful." I don't know what orders you have, please tell me. Qin Wushuang respected Li Buyi from the bottom of his heart. When Li Buyi first appeared, Qin Wushuang did not have a good impression of him. He felt that he was a swindler who was extremely mischievous and cheated people for food and drinks. He also loved to pry into people's privacy. Thinking back, Qin Wushuang blushed with shame. He had played many tricks with senior Li Buyi. Perhaps, at that time, he was extremely childish. Ha ha, little one, are you thinking about the times when you met me? Suddenly, a trace of mischievous light flashed across Li Buyi's turbid eyes. Then, a faint smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, despite his crazy appearance, this Li Buyi had an extremely meticulous heart. It was as if he could see through people. Qin Wushuang smiled awkwardly. Only before Li Buyi, Qin Wushuang felt that he did not have any psychological pressure. Little one, are you curious about my identity? Li Buyi asked with a smile. Ha ha. I always thought that you were a hidden elite warrior who disregarded the world. Now it seems that it's not the case. Li Buyi laughed. Why do you think so? If you are truly determined to be a hidden elite warrior, even if you love me and take care of me in the dark, you would not offend the Shen Yuan clan. Since you have chosen to step out, you must have your reasons. Qin Wushuang's analysis made Li Buyi admire him. That's right, this time I plan to put everything on the table. In the past, he would beat the drum by the side and give hints piecemeal. Sometimes, it would not work at all. Wushuang, do you know? Ever since you first met me in the human countries, this old man has already noticed you. From you, I see something different. Your gaze is unruly, but it's not the kind of unruly like a pompous prodigal. Instead, it's a kind of pride behind a mature and steady look. That suits the old man's taste very well. It's not that there aren't many young people with pride, but most of them are blind and don't know what to do. When the other party, Qin Wushuang's, of course, his is to praise. Or else, he would appear to be bragging. He listened attentively. Qin Wushuang knew that since Li Buyi had stepped out and found him, he must have something important to tell him. Perhaps, he would have the hope to unravel the mysteries of those things he had been curious about. Wushuang, ever since that time, I started to pay attention to your growth. I paid attention to your progress. Unexpectedly, you did not disappoint me. From the moment you formed a grudge with the Heavenly Lake Empire, until you defeated Xin Tianwen, to a young man of the human countries, your growth is definitely a legend that cannot be replicated. Even in the entire Tian Shen land, only a few people in history were able to achieve such remarkable results like you. Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. This way, for the few times I encountered danger, did you help me solve my problems in secret? Li Buyi shook his head. No, I never helped you directly. Unless you met an absolute elite warrior that you could not resist. The only time I stepped out was for that honored beast of the Amei Daoist sect. Of course, at other times, I also paved some paths for you in secret. For example, when you were exiled at the Endless Eastern Sea, I ordered the Totem clan to not send people to kill you. I also saved your 2 senior brothers and gave the order to not enter the human countries. I helped you solve some of your worries. Qin Wushuang revealed a grateful expression. I felt strange at the time and guessed some of it. Indeed, it was your doing. Li Buyi said with a smile, of course, as an old man living in seclusion, I rarely appear in a few thousand years. Many people don't know about my existence. Sometimes, my words don't work. Most likely, I could only find the paramount elite warriors of the 6 totem clans. For these guys, since their youth, I watched them grow. Now, although they have all become top elite warriors, honestly, not many can satisfy me. Li Buyi's tone sounded somewhat helpless and bitter. Initially, the Totem clan was the absolute peak of the Tian Shen land. They were the hope of the land. Unfortunately, after being stagnant for tens and thousands of years, these Totem clans have already lost the glory of the immemorial era. They only care about their own interests and fight for power. Very few figures with great foresight appear. 1,000 years ago, there was a golden cicada. In the end, he encountered the jealousy of the heavens. Upon hearing Li Buyi talk about golden cicada, Qin Wushuang was somewhat astonished. The dead are already gone, let's not talk about Golden Cicada. Wushuang, if I've guessed correctly, you should have inherited the 7 deadly arrays formation. When he said here, suddenly, Li Buyi's gaze became profound as he stared at Qin Wushuang. Although Qin Wushuang was surprised inwardly, before Li Buyi, he would not lie. He could not gather the courage to lie. Instead, he nodded unconsciously. Senior, you know about the 7 deadly arrays formation? Ha ha, for the 7 deadly arrays formation, have you explored the 6th level? Qin Wushuang was even more surprised. Senior, you know all about it. Li Buyi shook his head mysteriously. I only know part of it and not the rest. However, I can tell you that the owner of the 7 deadly arrays formation is also our master. Your master? Qin Wushuang was somewhat confused. Yes, perhaps you can say that he is our master, or our teacher. That's what it means. Suddenly, Li Buyi's tone became deep as if he had remembered an extremely distant past. It was after the immemorial war between the gods. At that time, we were all young. We were taken in as disciples by Li Shenfeng, the owner of the 7 deadly arrays formation. There were 7 of us in total. At that time, we were called the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples. After tens and thousands of years of history, the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples gradually faded from people's sight and became a legend. Li Shenfeng, the owner of the 7 deadly arrays formation? Qin Wushuang's head was full of questions. Heavenly mysterious 7 disciples? Senior Li, you mean, there are at least 7 elite warriors at your level in the Tian Shen land? Yes, 7. There are only 7 of them. Senior Li, what is your ranking? Li Buyi chuckled. I have the advantage of age and am the head senior brother. They usually call me Boss Buyi, or head senior brother. Indeed, Senior Li is the leader of the ranking. I see that you have a different temperament. Qin Wushuang laughed. Suddenly, Li Buyi revealed a serious expression. Wushuang, now I have a few things to tell you. First, you can no longer call me Senior Li. At most, you can only call me head senior brother. It's because you have inherited the 7 deadly arrays formation left behind by our teacher. You are the destined person and the owner of the formation. You can inherit our teacher's legacy. In fact, you are a direct disciple under our teacher's tutelage and hold a higher position than us. After being stunned for a moment, Qin Wushuang said with a bitter smile, those who reach the top are respected, those who enter first are respected. Head senior brother, ha ha, head senior brother. Currently, inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt as if he was in a dream. Initially, the cloudy and foggy puzzle had all been opened. All his doubts had been pushed aside layer by layer and he had the answer. Wushuang, when our teacher bestowed you with this formation, he also bestowed you with supreme responsibility. Do you know what happened during the immemorial war of the gods in the Tian Shen land? Head senior brother, just what happened during the immemorial period? I only know that the immemorial period of the gods was the most glorious era in the Tian Shen land. There were as many supreme Tao warriors as there were clouds. Later on, I don't know what happened and a gap appeared in history. Then, the current Tian Shen land has been passed down to this day. The situation did not change much. This way, you don't know much about the history of the Tian Shen land. Li Buyi's expression was incredibly solemn. I must tell you that the outside world speculated that the gods brought about their own destruction due to internal strife. This is a rumor and definitely an insult to our ancestors. In fact, those gods from the immemorial period all died to protect the Tian Shen land. Some died at the hands of foreign enemies, and some burned their divine soul to protect the soaring of Galaxia barrier to prevent the foreign tribes from coming to the Tian Shen land. Foreign invasions? Soaring of Galaxia barrier? Li Buyi's facial expression twitched slightly. Yes, the soaring of Galaxia barrier. Wushuang, at the peak of the genuine supreme Tao stage, you are the top existence in the current Tian Shen land. However, in the immemorial period, you are only at the upper level. During the immemorial period, there were many heavenly supreme Tao warriors. Those at the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage had the miraculous divine skills to travel through the galaxy. They ignored the rules of space and were indescribably powerful. However, due to the invasion of the foreign tribes, the glory of the immemorial period was fixed in that era. Countless elite warriors of the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage threw themselves into the fateful battle to protect the Tien Shen land. In that battle, the martial artists of the Tien Shen land kept retreating. They could not stop the invasion of the foreign tribes. When Qin Wushuang heard Li Buyi's incredibly gloomy tone, he could not refrain from feeling nervous and tangled. Hearing Li Buyi's tone, the situation of that battle was incredibly difficult. Then, in the end, how did the Tien Shen land get rid of that misfortune? Although Li Buyi was recalling the old matters from tens and thousands of years ago, his expression was incredibly solemn. He did not have the slightest sense of indifference when recalling history. Hearing his tone, it seemed that the blade of fate was still hanging above his head. It made one feel suffocated and oppressed. Only 2 chapters will be updated today. Everyone rest. The old bull cannot hold on any longer. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 880. That battle, that battle could be said to be the end of the gods. It could also be said to be the turning point of the fate of the Tien Shen land, the turning point from prosperity to decline. When Li Buyi said this, his mood was clearly heavy. Of course, although that battle was difficult and countless experts of the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage were sacrificed, it wasn't until later that everyone realized that just relying on the experts of the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage to fight to the death could not change the situation of the invasion of the foreign races. Therefore, all the experts gathered together and made a great decision. They offered the Heavenly Tao Divine Soul, set up the soaring of Galaxia barrier and forcefully sealed the transportation circle. More than 100 Heavenly Supreme Tao elite warriors used the most tragic and stirring method to save the Tien Shen land. Thinking back to that battle from tens and thousands of years ago, Li Buyi's tone was clearly downcast. Regardless of who it was, as long as they were people of the Tien Shen land, it was without a doubt an irreparable wound. Senior brother, just how many Heavenly Supreme Tao elite warriors were there in that era? In that era, the genuine Supreme Tao warriors were as common as the coagulate Supreme Tao warriors. There were at least 200 people at the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage. It was the most glorious era of the Tien Shen land. Unfortunately, after the foreign invasions, at least a dozen Heavenly Supreme Tao elite warriors died in the continuous battles. In the end, more than 120 people sealed the soaring of Galaxia barrier. Those at the genuine Supreme Tao stage did not even have the chance to participate. Qin Wushuang withdrew a breath of cold air. There were 200 Heavenly Supreme Tao elite warriors. What a glorious era it was. One could imagine how miserable that war of the gods was. Senior brother, the appearance of the soaring of Galaxia barrier should have its advantages and disadvantages, right? Qin Wushuang thought for a moment and asked seriously. Li Buyi revealed a look of appreciation as he nodded. Yes, Wushuang, it seems you have a high level of comprehension. Currently, the elite warriors of the Tien Shen land cannot soar to the Galaxia and break through the shackles of the genuine Supreme Tao stage to enter the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage. The reason is that the soaring of Galaxia barrier blocked the path between the Tien Shen land and the universe. This way, the foreign enemies were stopped, but their own door was also closed. Qin Wushuang gave a bitter smile. It was no wonder those elite warriors of the Tien Shen land could not soar to the Galaxia despite racking their brains. Your Star River has been sealed off, so how are you going to soar into the Star River? This way, as long as the soaring of Galaxia barrier is not removed, the elite warriors of the Tien Shen land have no hope of soaring to the Galaxia, right? Qin Wushuang understood it this way. Li Buyi nodded and said with a less determined tone, not necessarily. Although this is true in theory, there are still exceptions. Accident. Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly. It seems that in the past tens of thousands of years, there have been no accidents at all, right? There have been no accidents because they have not completely opened the God-discarding door. Li Buyi said with a solemn tone, I am in charge of the God-discarding door and work with a few other colleagues for the fate of the Tianxian land. The God-discarding door was the remains of the War of the Gods during the era of the gods. It was also a precious treasure left behind by the era of the gods. If the later generations could find the clues left behind by their ancestors in the God-discarding door, they would definitely be able to soar into the Milky Way. We can even remove the astral river barrier and beat the alien races away. Wushuang, although the soaring of Galaxia barrier can protect the Tianxian land from being invaded by the alien races, it is not a long-term solution. If a plane cannot have a ruler that can intimidate the other races, in the end it will not escape the fate of destruction. Ruler of the plane? Qin Wushuang was even more confused. He knew that now he was absolutely certain that Li Buyi's stage was much higher than any totem powerhouse. Clearly, the matter he was considering was no longer the internal struggle for fame and benefits. The height determined the horizon, and the stage determined the height. Then, Li Buyi and the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples he spoke of definitely belonged to those supreme existences. Most likely, even the totem clans would look up to them. Yes, ruler of the plane. Li Buyi said seriously, the ruler of the plane is not self-proclaimed. They must be recognized by a ruler of a major galaxy. Qin Wushuang felt even more that his head was about to explode. Not only was he the master of a plane, but he was also the master of a major starfield. These concepts had completely surpassed his understanding. He suddenly realized that although he seemed to have achieved exceptional results at the Tianxian land, he was still a frog at the bottom of the well when compared to the bigger picture. Not to mention others, just this senior brother before him alone was enough to throw him a few streets ahead of him. Senior brother, that foreign race is eyeing the Tianxian land covetously. What do they want? It's simple, they want to use the Tianxian land as the transportation hub of the major galaxy. To put it bluntly, they are eyeing your territory, resources, and people. They are using other people's pain to satisfy their selfish desire to invade. Even for someone as calm as Li Buyi, he could not refrain from speaking with a resentful tone. Then among our countless ancestors, has there never been a ruler of a plane? Just what kind of power does the ruler of the plane need? Currently, Qin Wushuang knew that above the genuine Supreme Tao stage was the soaring of the Galaxia stage. He knew nothing about the stage after the soaring of the Galaxia stage. Wushuang, above the genuine Supreme Tao stage, the soaring of the Galaxia stage. After the soaring of the Galaxia stage, it's the brand new heavenly Supreme Tao stage. You know this, right? Yes, I know this, but that's all I know. Qin Wushuang did not hide his lack of knowledge in this aspect. It's not your fault, even those top elite warriors of the totem clans do not know much. Today, I can tell you. After the soaring of the Galaxia stage, there is only one stage. That is the heavenly martial force, or the heavenly Supreme Tao stage. You can see the heavenly martial force as the continuation of the void martial force and the divine martial force. You can also see it as a brand new stage. In fact, the heavenly martial force is the continuation of the divine martial force. The divine martial force is the coagulate Supreme Tao, transformation Supreme Tao, and genuine Supreme Tao. Next is the heavenly Supreme Tao stage. After a moment of pause, Li Buyi continued to speak after Qin Wushuang digested the information. Therefore, the heavenly Supreme Tao stage is the heavenly martial force. You can say it's the highest stage of the Supreme Tao stage, or a brand new stage. This heavenly Supreme Tao stage is also divided into 9 calamities. However, these 9 calamities are much more powerful than the 9 calamities of the genuine Supreme Tao stage. They cannot be mentioned in the same breath. Every tribulation had a strict division. The first and second calamities of the heavenly Supreme Tao stage are called initial stage heavenly Supreme Tao stage. The third and fourth calamities are intermediate stage heavenly Supreme Tao stage. The fifth and sixth calamities are advanced stage heavenly Supreme Tao stage. When you reach the seventh calamity, you can receive the title of Master God. If you continue, the eighth calamity is the title of Heavenly Honored Warrior. The ninth calamity is the highest stage of the heavenly supreme Tao stage, and you will be honored as the holy emperor of the heavenly martial force. Ninth calamity of the heavenly supreme Tao stage. Although they were all 9 calamities, the difference between each calamity of the heavenly supreme Tao stage was as far as the galactic planes. It was a chasm that was difficult to cross. Wushuang, across the entire universe, there are more elite warriors of the heavenly supreme Tao stage than the stars in the sky. Every star in the Milky Way had cultivators of various forms. Every star was a plane of existence. For such planes, certainly there are different supreme Tao elite warriors controlling them. It's not strange to have elite warriors of the heavenly supreme Tao stage. Therefore, when placed within the scope of the entire universe, the so-called elite warriors of the Tian Shen land are as tiny as specks of dust. Only when you have achieved the position of the heavenly supreme Tao stage, you are qualified to apply for becoming the master of the plane. From there, they can control the entire plane. This way, the Tian Shen land is truly an object with a master. When the foreign tribes invade, they cannot act so unbridled. For the power and destructive power of a master god, even those foreign tribes would not dare to provoke them easily. Qin Wushuang saw the light. A master god was at the 7th calamity of the heavenly supreme Tao stage. To the current him, this was indeed somewhat far away. It was because he had not even stabilized at the genuine supreme Tao stage. Senior brother, in the history of the Tian Shen land, has there never been an elite warrior at the master god level? Li Buyi shook his head with a bitter smile. Wushuang, for this elite warrior at the master god level, I can tell you responsibly that there has never been one in the history of the Tian Shen land. The strongest elite warrior at the heavenly supreme Tao stage, in the historical records of the Tian Shen land, was at the 5th calamity of the heavenly supreme Tao stage. That's already an eternal legend of the Tian Shen land. For that battle with the foreign tribes, it was because of this 5th calamity heavenly supreme Tao stage leader that we were qualified to fight with the foreign tribes. In the end, we successfully sealed the Galaxia barrier. 5th calamity of the heavenly supreme Tao stage. Qin Wushuang mumbled. This way, there are 2 more calamities before that master god position. That's right, it's 2 calamities. However, these 2 calamities are truly a natural moat. It doesn't seem far away. If we are lucky, perhaps we can break through in 10,000 years. Perhaps, we will never break through. This is not a fixed number. Qin Wushuang only felt a burst of bitterness in his mouth. This way, wouldn't the Tian Shen land be too far away from the others? And there was no possibility of closing the gap. However, clearly Li Buyi had not finished pouring cold water as he continued to say, now, the worst thing is not the breakthrough problem, but the problem of time. According to the observation of my friends, that Galaxia barrier is no longer as indestructible as it was when it was set up 60,000 years ago. In other words, the Galaxia barrier is already showing signs of loosening. If the foreign tribes keep attacking from the outside, according to our estimation, it will not take more than 10,000 years for the Galaxia barrier to be completely broken. When Li Buyi said this, his tone was incredibly solemn and cold. To put it bluntly, the Tian Shen land only has 10,000 years left. If there is no turning point in these 10,000 years, when the time is up, the fate of the Tian Shen land will be without any suspense. Once the foreign armies invade, the people of the Tian Shen land will certainly be plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering. These were not frightening words to scare people. It's something that will happen 100%. The foreign tribes have coveted the Tian Shen land and accumulated anger for tens and thousands of years. Certainly, they need an outlet. Therefore, the day when the Galaxia barrier is broken will be the day when the Tian Shen land becomes extinct. 10,000 years. Qin Wushuang chewed lightly. In the eyes of mortals, 10,000 years was clearly too long. It was enough for them to live for 100 lifetimes. However, hearing the tone of senior brother, it would take 10,000 years if they were lucky to break through from the 5th calamity of the heavenly supreme Tao stage to the 7th calamity. With this calculation, not only was 10,000 years not long, it could be said to be extremely short and urgent. Chapter 881. Ha ha ha, this chapter number is very auspicious. It's rare for a book to have 888 chapters. Brothers, for the sake of this chapter number, we should throw in 2 monthly votes. There will be one more chapter after this one. To mortals, they lived in the present. After 10,000 years, they would not have any remains. There was no need to consider anything. However, as a supreme Tao martial artist, their vision and stage would not be on the same level as mortals. The Tien Shen land bestowed them with the talent for martial arts and gave them such generous treatment. It meant that they had to shoulder more responsibilities and work for the fate of the Tien Shen land. This was also the reason why tens and thousands of years ago, the gods would give up their lives to set up the soaring of Galaxia barrier to save the Tien Shen land from extinction. Senior brother, this way, you are in charge of the god discarding door, and other senior brothers are in charge of other places. Just what is this god discarding door? In fact, the god discarding door is the ruins of the gods. Only, this god discarding door is extremely hidden and serene. There are 12 levels. In the past, even the strongest totem elite warrior could only reach the 10th level at most. They could lose their lives at any time. God discarding door. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang felt apprehensive inwardly as he lost his voice. Senior brother, after entering this god discarding door, is it called the god discarding maze? Li Buyi was slightly surprised. How did you know? Qin Wushuang said with a bitter smile, Senior brother, when I was at the endless eastern sea, I was swept into a mysterious space by that space whirlpool. I wandered around and walked into a maze. There was a voice inside that told me that I had entered the god discarding maze. The first level was some scattered treasures palace, and the second level was some devil palace. At that time, it required me to be at the 6th calamity of the coagulate supreme Tao stage, so I did not wander around easily. Later on, I returned to the hibiscus forest through various transportation formations. Li Buyi was shocked and speechless. In the end, he could only reveal a bitter smile. Junior brother Wushuang, it seems that you are indeed a person with great fortune. You must not enter that god discarding door. If you were to enter carelessly, most likely you would lose your life. You entered the god discarding maze through the space whirlpool. You also came out through the transportation formation. This is too strange. Qin Wushuang scratched his head. Wasn't the god discarding maze set up by the master of the 7 deadly arrays formation? Li Buyi shook his head. Of course not. The god discarding labyrinth was the site of the great battle of the gods. It was a labyrinth built on the site and was also the legacy left behind by the previous gods. They were afraid that after the foreign tribes truly invaded, they would rob all the resources of the Tien Shen land. Therefore, setting up the god discarding maze could be considered as preserving the best things for the Tien Shen land. Of course, it was also to preserve the bloodline of the Tien Shen land. Preserve the elites of the profound sky continent. Qin Wushuang nodded thoughtfully. However, since Master knows about the god discarding maze, he might use his great divine ability to enter and take a look. Hee. When Li Buyi talked about the owner of the 7 deadly arrays formation, he spoke with a respectful tone. His degree of sincerity even surpassed those martyrs at the god discarding door. Eldest senior brother, just what is the background of Master? Could it be he is not from the Tien Shen land? Qin Wushuang still had many questions in his head. Ha, Wushuang, we also don't know the background of Master. However, we are certain of one thing. He is definitely not from the Tien Shen land. Besides, his strength is much more powerful than the strongest elite warrior in the Tien Shen land. This powerful? Instantly, Qin Wushuang was stunned. Or else, how could he use his great divine skill to set up such an exaggerated formation? Wushuang, use your brain to think about it. To run through the entire Tien Shen land and build the transportation channel, what kind of divine skill would it take? Master treated it as an easy task and casually built this formation that could be called a miracle in the Tien Shen land. Many sects in the Tien Shen land have such transportation channels. However, how could those petty transportation channels be compared to the great work of the 7 deadly arrays formation? Many of the transportation channels of those sects in the Tien Shen land were passed down from the immemorial era. They were also created by elite warriors of the heavenly supreme Tao stage. Think about it, how big is the difference? Qin Wushuang thought about it carefully. Indeed, the difference was extraordinarily big. Wushuang, the existence of this 7 deadly arrays formation is the reason why we are still running around and maintaining our fighting spirit. It's because after the discussion, we all feel that this precious formation left by Master is the only hope to solve the crisis of the Tien Shen land. Even the God-discarding door can at most preserve the bloodline of the Tien Shen land. It's difficult to change the fate of the Tien Shen land fundamentally. To change the fate of the Tien Shen land, we must borrow external power. Master's unexpected appearance is an external power. It's also a part of the fortune of the Tien Shen land. This proves that the heavens will not destroy the Tien Shen land. Qin Wushuang was speechless. Vividly, he already guessed the reason why Li Buyi was looking for him. He also knew why he had been paying attention to him in secret. 7 deadly arrays formation. Everything was related to that 7 deadly arrays formation. Since he inherited the 7 deadly arrays formation, he was destined to be on the same boat as Li Buyi. He was also the captain of Li Buyi's boat. Senior brother, since you all know about Master's formation, why is it that for tens and thousands of years, it was my turn to drink the soup? Li Buyi chuckled. Good question. However, I can tell you that for this 7 deadly arrays formation, Master said clearly that he left it for the fated one. The 7 of us are not the fated one. Master once told us strictly that if the 7 of us tried to find the 7 deadly arrays formation, we would not have much hope to find it. Most likely, due to our lack of fortune, it would lead to a disaster. Therefore, this formation was not prepared for us. The reason for our existence is to wait for you, the fated one. Fortunately, it's finally here. Speaking of which, we are actually related to you. These words made Qin Wushuang feel somewhat embarrassed. Wushuang, I am not joking. If Master wasn't looking for the fated one, he would not have enlightened the 7 of us. If he didn't enlighten us, I am afraid we would have turned into dust in these tens and thousands of years. How could we be qualified to live until now? How could we have the fortune to look at this land that we love so much? Li Buyi's tone was deep and full of emotions. Qin Wushuang was moved. There was a trace of sparkling light in his eyes as he looked at Li Buyi. It was apparent that this frivolous senior brother had deep feelings for the Tien Shen land that ordinary people could not compare with. Such feelings were also the reason why they had never left and remained unyielding for 60,000 years. Junior brother Wushuang, for the 7 deadly arrays formation, the 7th loop is also the final loop. Once you inherit the 7th loop, you will inherit all of Master's legacy. At that time, you will be the top existence in the Tien Shen land and must take on all kinds of missions. Including the fate of the Tien Shen land, including Master's instructions to you. Understand? Qin Wushuang was thoughtful. As he looked at Li Buyi's earnest eyes, he could not help but nod. Senior brother, please rest assured. Although Qin Wushuang is still young, I know the principle of what to do and what not to do. If fate dictates that I must fight for the fate of the Tien Shen land, I will accept it without hesitation. From the bottom of my heart, I am also unwilling to let this land get trampled by the foreign tribes. I am not willing to let all living things become the target of the foreign tribes. Li Buyi praised, Wushuang, well said. With your words, our 60,000 years of hard work is worth it. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang's fighting spirit surged as a heroic spirit emerged. Wasn't it just a battle? Ever since he stepped onto the path of martial arts, for a little humble class seat, he had always faced opponents more powerful than himself. Through each hurdle, each curve, and each mountain, in the end, didn't he overcome them all? Not to mention, he was not unarmed and was not a lone warrior. Didn't he have many like-minded senior brothers who had fought for 60,000 years? Senior brother, according to your estimation, Master must be at the Master God level, right? Yes, for sure he is at the Master God level. We guessed that Master must be above the Master God level. However, in the end, You will know what level he is at. The 7th loop will give you the answer. Then what stage are you guys at? Although this question was somewhat impolite, Qin Wushuang still wanted to know. Li Buyi gave a long sigh. 60,000 years ago, we were about your age. We were also the most ordinary coagulate supreme Tao elite warriors. It was Master who enlightened us. From the vast Tian Shen land, he picked the 7 of us. He nurtured us painstakingly and taught us to become elite warriors at the heavenly supreme Tao stage. Using Master's words, the 7 of us fit his taste the most during the Tian Shen land era. Now, I am at the 3rd calamity of the heavenly supreme Tao stage. For the other 6, 5 of them are at the 2nd calamity of the heavenly supreme Tao stage. The remaining one is at the 1st calamity, a woman. Senior brother, these are the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples, right? Yes, I am the oldest and was designated as the senior brother. 2nd Xiao Yishuan, 3rd Li Yifeng, these 2 are the guardians of the soaring of Galaxia barrier. They are in charge of monitoring the barrier. The 4th brother, Yi Chongtian, is my assistant. He has been guarding the god-discarding door. As for 5th, he is Hua Xie. Both he and 6th Kai Hengyu have great talent. They live in seclusion in the dark and practice a secret starry technique. 7th Miao Shu is a woman. She entered the sect the last, so her strength is slightly lower. She and 3rd Li Yifeng are husband and wife. With this introduction, Qin Wushuang remembered it. He gave a long sigh. It's a great fortune for the Tian Shen land to have hidden elite warriors at the heavenly supreme Tao stage. Or else, with the structure and height of the totem powerhouses, each of them are experts in internal strife. If we were to rely on them to defend against the invasion of the foreign tribes, we would only be waiting for death. It was apparent that Qin Wushuang did not have a good impression of those totem powerhouses. Especially the Xian Yuan clan, they had too many little schemes. They did not have the bearing and responsibility that the totem clan should have. Li Buyi gave a long sigh. Wushuang, if the senior brothers heard your words, they would certainly praise you. I am rather courteous to the totem powerhouses. If it were them, they would not hold back when they saw the totem clan situation. Fortunately, we agreed that only junior sister Miao Shu and I can move around the Tian Shen land. And we cannot expose our true strength. The other junior brothers must not interfere with the chores of the Tian Shen land. Why is that? Qin Wushuang was somewhat confused. Reasonably speaking, the more heavenly supreme Tao elite warriors appear, the more it would increase the morale of the Tian Shen land and spur each sect to work harder. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 882. Li Buyi revealed a bitter smile. After a moment, he said seriously, Wushuang, the war of the gods also left behind future troubles. In fact, the foreign tribes already invaded. Therefore, many elite warriors infiltrated. Most likely, the elite warriors of the heavenly supreme Tao stage were all killed. However, there are some miscellaneous fish that hid deeply and were not killed. For these miscellaneous fish, some are only at the ordinary supreme Tao stage. You cannot capture them one by one. These miscellaneous fish are the hidden dangers of the Tian Shen land. Who knows, maybe a spy will pop out from somewhere. I see. Qin Wushuang said with a bitter smile, it seems that I am slow to realize. Senior martial brothers, you are hiding because you don't want those spies to know our trump cards too clearly, right? That's right. Wushuang, if you encounter such spies, you must not show mercy. Or else, it will be a great disaster. Suddenly, a trace of strange light flashed across Qin Wushuang's eyes as he suddenly remembered something. Yes. Li Buyi could not help but feel somewhat strange. Wushuang, what did you remember? Qin Wushuang said, Senior brother, I remembered something. What happened recently is extremely strange. Now, I finally figured it out. What is it? Senior brother, do you remember the battle between me and Xin Tianwen on the Xian Yuan stage? At that time, was there a divine beast Saberbeard in the Xin clan's camp? I know about Saberbeard, what about it? He must be a miscellaneous fish from the foreign tribes. For sure. Rich murderous intentions flashed across Qin Wushuang's eyes. Wushuang, Saberbeard is a genuine supreme Tao divine beast, he is extraordinary. Do you have any proof? Senior brother, that Saberbeard colluded with the Xin clan and went against the Qin clan. As soon as Xin Tianwen died, this guy turned around and surrendered to me. He was willing to give up 2,000 years of freedom for a spot to enter the God-discarding door. For the God-discarding door, since you said it is the ultimate secret of the Tian Shen land, the precious wealth left from the God's era. For this divine beast Saberbeard to scheme with such painstaking effort, he must have some plans. This is one of them. Also, on that day when my heavenly Emperor 8 Gates surrounded and killed Saberbeard, he used a divine skill of heaven escape and completely ignored the rules of space. Its effect was similar to the heaven escape tome that his master had left behind in the 7 deadly arrays formation. It did not seem to be a treasure from the Tian Shen land. Thirdly, when Saberbeard was surrounded, he once said arrogantly that he had a master who could make my aspiring throne mountain collapse in an instant. I suspect that there is a mysterious organization behind Saberbeard. And he is definitely not from the Totem clan. Instantly, Li Buyi's expression became serious. After thinking carefully for a while, he nodded slowly. According to your analysis, this Saberbeard god-beast is most likely a spy of the alien race. Qin Wushuang said angrily, too bad it ran away. However, with the vastness of the Tian Shen land, if they are determined to hunt it down, I don't think it can get far. Li Buyi laughed and asked, Wushuang, how do you think we should take care of Saberbeard? Inform all the totem forces to encircle and annihilate them? After thinking about it seriously, Qin Wushuang shook his head. That's not right. Definitely not right. We finally learned that Saberbeard is a spy, it would be too much of a pity to kill him. Besides, I dare to guarantee that as soon as we send out the wanted order from the Tian Shen land, there is no need for the totem forces to make a move. Saberbeard's own organization will annihilate him. It's because he was exposed. Since he was exposed, most likely it would bring danger to his organization. Li Buyi laughed with appreciation. He felt that his teacher had chosen this fated person well. From this junior brother, Li Buyi saw too many shining points. This young man did not lack hot-bloodedness and shrewdness. What was even rarer was that he had a meticulous mind and was able to draw inferences from one case. At the crucial moment, he was able to keep his composure and consider things thoroughly. Saberbeard, ha, interesting. Wushuang, in fact, for this problem, your 7th senior sister Miao Shu has always been suspicious. She has also been investigating in secret. However, this organization is well hidden. Usually, they do not have any activities. Clearly, these foreign miscellaneous fish have special survival skills and special contact methods. Speaking of which, the appearance of this Saberbeard is truly strange. No one knows which forbidden spiritual zone he came from. For a long time, everyone felt that he was only a mutated divine beast. Therefore, no one doubted his bloodline from the Tian Shen land. Now it seems that everyone was confused by the words mutated divine beast. Yes, indeed this Saberbeard divine beast has a deep scheming mind. He did not show any mercy when he killed the entire Xin clan. He did it to give me a proof of allegiance. Li Buyi let out a leisurely smile and cast away his mouth. Wushuang, you are using a borrowed knife to kill people well. Qin Wushuang blushed with shame as he chuckled mischievously. Wushuang, you don't need to feel burdened. You are a person with great fortune and fortune. This little killing is nothing. Besides, in the martial arts world, those who become great figures step on piles of white bones. As long as you have a belief worth working hard for, something you must protect, and the courage to defeat all obstacles, then just do it. In the universal environment, not to mention a mere Xin clan, even if it's the Totem clan, when their destiny is up, it will be as easy as blowing out a candle flame, it will be extinguished in one breath. Li Buyi swept away his previous grinning appearance. Indeed, between his expression, there was great imposing manner. In his eyes, the Totem clan was without a doubt a chess piece on the chessboard. Since this chess piece was useful, he would continue to use it. If it was not useful and became useless, it would not be a problem to banish it directly. For someone like Li Buyi who had great ambition, breadth of mind, and ambition, of course, they would not feel emotional over the rise and fall of the Xin clan. To put it bluntly, the Xin clan was not qualified. Before Li Buyi, a powerful existence like Xin Tianwen was no different than an ant. Without even lifting his arm, he used his mind to send out a supreme Dao attack to destroy him. This was the difference. Upon seeing Qin Wushuang's calm expression, Li Buyi laughed again. Little one, it seems I worried too much. You don't have any burdens. Ha ha, senior brother, the Xin clan is full of evil. Since Saberbeard likes to do it for us, of course I will not object. Of course, now I know the identity and background of Saberbeard. In the end, we must account for the blood debt of the Xin clan. Saberbeard must die, just not now. Yes, with this Saberbeard as the breakthrough point, it's best to pull out the radish and bring out the mud. We can pull out the entire organization along the way. There is a famous saying that one must pacify the internal before resisting foreign aggression. It's the long-term mission of the Tianxian land to deal with the foreign tribes. However, this internal spy is not aware that any action of the Tianxian land will be restrained at every step. It's definitely disadvantageous to resist the invasion of the foreign tribes. Qin Wushuang nodded. There are still 10 years until the opening of the god-discarding door. Senior brother, let's wait a bit more. Let's see how many tricks this Saberbeard has. This guy better not meet me again. If he does, I will give him a surprise. A trace of understanding emerged from the corner of Li Buyi's mouth. Ha ha, it seems you want to use the divine venomous puppet again. However, this method is good. If you can control Saberbeard, it's not impossible to pull out a large group of them. Qin Wushuang did have such a plan. Alright, Wushuang, don't think too much now. In the next 10 years, you will focus on training. Strive to achieve more breakthroughs on the genuine Supreme Dao stage before entering the God-discarding door. You must remember, the God-discarding door is not our teacher's territory. It was left behind by the gods, they will not open any back door for you. Once you enter, you will face the same opportunities and risks as the others. Therefore, you must be 120% alert. You must not let down your guard, and you must not become arrogant and careless. Qin Wushuang felt apprehensive as he answered submissively. He chuckled. Senior brother, although I am not as old as you guys, I am not that frivolous young man. I can understand the severity of the matter. Ha ha, that's right. For matters in the martial arts world, you must be practical and not overconfident. If you think you can look down on the gods' ruins by inheriting the 7 deadly arrays formation, most likely you will suffer a great loss. There is no absolute connection between these two. Whether our teacher connected to the god-discarding maze at the 7th loop or not, we don't know. Therefore, Wushuang, you must think about it yourself. Yes, senior brother. I will train hard and strive to explore the 7th loop. The minimum requirement for the 7th loop is the genuine Supreme Dao stage. According to our teacher's message, it's the safest to explore at the peak of the genuine Supreme Dao stage. Li Buyi waved his hand. You can decide for yourself. Besides, for Saberbeard, don't look for him deliberately to avoid alerting the enemy. Okay. Qin Wushuang answered. Li Buyi rubbed the edge of his nose and revealed his signature mischievous smile again. Like an old urchin, he said with a smile, Wushuang, today I came to talk to you. I delayed your wedding night. You will not blame me, your senior brother, right? It's the first time we met and you are already this unreasonable. You even took up the wedding night, ha ha. Qin Wushuang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Instantly, he was at a loss for words. Indeed, this senior brother had the side of an old urchin. After he finished talking about the serious business, he could not help but tease him. Alright, I'll have to take a walk around the forbidden zones. The situation at the Eastern Sea is difficult. These fellows were truly lacking in ability. For all these years, they could not do anything when dealing with the Golden Crow. Qin Wushuang was moved inwardly. Senior brother, That golden crow is extremely strange. It once wreaked havoc in the immemorial era. Could it also be a foreign species? Once again, Li Buyi's expression became solemn as he remained silent. After a while, Li Buyi nodded. Wuxuang, your words reminded me. Looks like I'll have to take a good look at this beast. For this long, I have always followed the principle of not interfering with secular affairs and let them take care of it themselves. Who would have thought that this golden crow would actually cause these supreme totem elite warriors to be so dejected? Qin Wuxuang also revealed a helpless and bitter smile. However, he said, indeed, the golden crow is powerful, especially its evolution power is terrifying. Such miraculous evolution power is truly exaggerated. Li Buyi said, I will take a look at the Eastern Sea. After he had finished speaking, his body turned into smoke and dust and disappeared instantly. Ha ha, Wuxuang, every moment of the spring night is worth 1,000 gold. You must enjoy life to the fullest. Protecting the Tianxian land is your mission, carrying on the family line is also a great mission. Don't slack off, ha ha ha. Again, Qin Wuxuang was speechless. However, he did adhere to the teachings of his senior brother. Although it was delayed for a moment on the wedding night, it was not too late. After a night of madness and a night of scenery, it was the first time he tasted the water. Of course, it was endlessly charming and gentle. Until the end of the long night, he still felt unsatisfied. Chapter 883. After meeting Li Buyi, Qin Wuxuang felt a deeper sense of mission. Of course, he did not put a burden on himself because of Li Buyi's words. Qin Wuxuang still held firm to his belief that everything would work out when the time came. As long as he kept working hard, fate would not give up. As long as there was a trace of hope, Qin Wuxuang would have 100 times more reason to fight for it. For the 7th loop of the 7 deadly arrays formation, Qin Wuxuang was now qualified to explore it. Of course, he was not in a rush. Per the hints left by his teacher Li Buyi, the genuine Supreme Tao stage was the lowest requirement to explore it. The higher one's strength, the more advantageous it would be to explore the 7th loop. In the blink of an eye, another 6 years had passed. In these 6 years, Qin Wuxuang had made great progress in the training of the genuine Supreme Tao stage. After continuous breakthroughs, he was already an elite warrior at the 3rd calamity of the genuine Supreme Tao stage. With such strength, plus his own uniqueness, it allowed Qin Wuxuang to most likely only look up to paramount totem elite warriors besides the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples and other independent elite warriors at the Tianxian land. In other words, among the totem powerhouses, Qin Wuxuang only needed to look up to a few paramount totem elite warriors. Of course, the outside world knew nothing about Qin Wuxuang's progress. Each day, Qin Wuxuang trained hard in solitary training at the aspiring Throne Mountain and did not dare to slack off. He knew that he did not have much time left. Not to mention the 10,000-year limit, even the competition of the God-discarding door would require Qin Wuxuang to be 120% focused. Senior brother Li Buyi warned him that inside the God-discarding door, Qin Wuxuang would not receive any special treatment and would be treated the same as everyone else. Qin Wuxuang was not afraid, yet he could not let down his guard. If he could not even pass the test of the God-discarding door, how could he challenge the elite warriors of the foreign tribes? How could he carry on his teacher's dying wish? Of course, it was incredibly fast for him to break through 3 calamities in these 6 years. Initially, it took him 5 years to break through from the 8th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage to the 9th calamity. Of course, no matter which level of divine Tao it was, the 9 tribulations were usually the most difficult. Once he broke through, the first 3 tribulations of the next level would be relatively easier. Everyone knew that crucial breakthroughs required more time and energy. These divine Tao calamities did not bring Qin Wuxuang a true great test. With the 9th tribulation genuine Supreme Tao weapon accompanying him, Qin Wuxuang passed through the first 3 tribulations of the genuine Supreme Tao stage easily. On this day, Qin Wuxuang was in seclusion, and the 3 divine beasts were cultivating near Qin Wuxuang. It was a harmonious scene. His only disciple, Yang Yi, was also cultivating nearby. Under Qin Wushuang's guidance, Yang Yi, who had only been in the sect for a dozen years, had actually reached the exquisite mysterious realm. Qin Wushuang naturally wouldn't be stingy and gave both the spiritual power pearl and the recuperation pearl to Yang Yi. These two items were extremely important to a cultivator who was about to break through to the supreme Dao realm. Initially, Murong-Shu had relied on this to smoothly break through to the supreme Dao stage and achieve the supreme Dao stage. This made Murong-Chenji feel even more proud. When Qin Yunran walked before the cave dwelling, Bao Bao somersaulted out and chuckled. "Second chief, it's rare, what wind blew you here today?" Currently, ever since the great battle at the Heavenly Emperor Gate, the bloodline of the immemorial spiritual monkey had completely recovered. His strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had trained all the way to the 8th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. Now, as he was preparing, he would not dare to challenge the 9th calamity easily. Of course, when everything was ready, Bao Bao would certainly challenge the 9th calamity. In fact, if Qin Wushuang had not stopped him with all his efforts, Bao Bao would have already taken the risk to challenge the 9th calamity. When Qin Yunran saw Bao Bao, he was also deeply moved inwardly. He laughed. "Bao Bao, it seems you have advanced a lot. I am truly envious. During the great battle at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, your actual strength was about the same as mine. You were even one level lower. Now, you have left me a few levels behind. Now, I am only at the 6th calamity and you are already at the 8th calamity. Soon, you can deal with the great 9 heavenly calamity, right?" Bao Bao was immensely proud. Since he was familiar with Qin Yunran, he did not need to put on an act. "Second chief, boss is in solitary training, what's the matter?" Instantly, Qin Yunran's expression became solemn as he nodded seriously. "Indeed, there is an urgent matter. Something happened at the endless Eastern Sea." "Oh, the Eastern Sea?" Bao Bao scratched his head and suddenly remembered something. Could it be that Golden Crow is not easy to control? The muscles on Qin Yunran's face twitched slightly. This time, it's not just a matter of not being easy to control. That Golden Crow, I don't know what method it used, but it killed a paramount totem elite warrior. What? Instantly, Bao Bao was stunned as he mumbled, "A paramount totem elite warrior is dead. Which clan did it belong to?" In the end, if he were to choose, he would rather it be Shen Yuan Yang. Initially, when Shen Yuan Yang stood up for Xin Tianwen at the Shen Yuan stage, Bao Bao was also incredibly annoyed. It's the fire god of the dark mysterious clan. His body was destroyed by the Golden Crow and his divine soul was swallowed by the Golden Crow directly. Among the paramount totem elite warriors, that fire god is one of the top elite warriors. Qin Yunran revealed a worried expression. Now, this matter has spread across the entire Tian Shen land. Everyone is in danger. My Qin clan must also make some preparations. We must plan ahead, just in case. This time, Bao Bao was strangely not bickering. Instead, he nodded seriously. Yes, for this matter, I must tell boss. The Golden Crow does not share a good relationship with boss. Although Qin Wushuang was in solitary training, his spiritual perception covered the surrounding 1,000 miles. Not to mention all those puppets were his eyes and ears. The puppets were controlled by his divine soul. The listening of the puppets was his listening. As long as he communicated with his divine soul, he would know anything. Golden Crow. Qin Wushuang chewed lightly and revealed a somewhat stern expression. Indeed, this Golden Crow is difficult to deal with. 6 paramount totem elite warriors could not annihilate it. On the contrary, it ambushed the fire god. In fact, it's truly a coward. Initially, Qin Wushuang had told Li Buyi about the suspicion of the Golden Crow and Li Buyi had agreed to take a look at the Eastern Sea. This way, at least this senior brother did not make a move. Although Qin Wushuang did not know the reason why senior brother did not make a move, he knew that he must have his reasons for doing so. Boss, this Golden Crow is already out of control. We should make some plans as soon as possible. When that Golden Crow kills its way to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, For sure it will find trouble with us. Bao Bao suggested. This suggestion received Fire Kylin and Lone's approval. Don't look at how each of these divine beasts were arrogant and untamed. Before truly elite warriors, they were incredibly calm and would not act on impulse. After a moment of silence, Qin Wushuang nodded. Everyone, please calm down. I will never let the Qin clan get attacked by the Golden Crow. Chief Yunran, go make some preparations and clean up the 300 miles surrounding the upright morality hall. I am going to set up a formation and open up a cave dwelling. Open up a cave dwelling? Qin Yunran was greatly astonished. Opening up a cave dwelling was a great divine skill and great work. A cave dwelling of 300 miles, wouldn't it be a bit exaggerated? Ha ha, second chief, for sure boss has his reasons for saying this. Go and do it. Currently, Bao Bao was qualified to speak such words. Qin Yunran nodded. All right, head chief, I will do it now. However, Qin Wushuang said with a leisurely smile, Chief Yunran, if I were to open up a cave dwelling of 300 miles, without 100 years of hard work, certainly the cave dwelling would not be sturdy. This time, I will open up a new cave dwelling and I will not need to do it myself. I only need to refine a mustard cave dwelling and it will cover 300 miles around the upright morality hall. This is only a little formation. When I achieve great success and completely refine this mustard cave dwelling, it can expand to 3,000 miles. By that time, the aspiring throne mountain can take in all the heavenly emperor 8 gates to receive protection. They will stay on the outside and we will stay in the center. The deeper we go, the more stable it will be. Indeed, that mustard cave dwelling was miraculous. Currently, Qin Wushuang estimated that at most, he could open up the core of the formation and build a cave dwelling of 300 miles. If he were to open up the outside completely, it would be difficult to do it without reaching the 7th calamity of the genuine Supreme Tao stage. For this mustard cave dwelling, Qin Wushuang had studied it for a long time and already had some ideas. To refine it, it would take almost a year to achieve an impregnable defense. According to his teacher's instructions, this formation, it would be difficult for someone at the peak of the genuine Supreme Tao stage to injure it. Only elite warriors at the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage could destroy it. However, the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage also had the 9th calamity. Qin Wushuang guessed that most likely ordinary Heavenly Supreme Tao warriors would find it difficult to destroy this mustard cave dwelling completely, unless they could reach the 5th or 6th calamity. As for the existence that could make this cave dwelling collapse with a wave of their hand, Qin Wushuang estimated that they would be at least at the Master God level. Master Gods were at the 7th calamity of the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage. Since this mustard cave dwelling was the great work of his teacher, Li Shenfeng, and he left it to him as if he was serious about it, without a doubt, it would not be opened by ordinary Heavenly Supreme Tao warriors. Therefore, Qin Wushuang was full of confidence. The only regret was that he had not reached the 7th calamity of the genuine Supreme Tao stage and could not completely open this mustard cave dwelling. If he could extend it to 3,000 miles, he could cover all the important territories of the Qin clan. After clearing out 300 miles of empty land, Qin Wushuang started to use the divine power of the 5 elemental essence to guide the spiritual qi from the ley lines. He opened up 999 ley lines and connected them with the mustard cave dwelling to form a fusion. This way, the sturdiness of the mustard cave dwelling would directly cover the ley lines. It would also make the ley lines indestructible as if they were the foundation of this cave dwelling. Not to mention the Nirvana heavenly plow, even if he used a heavenly Supreme Tao weapon, most likely it would be difficult to gain any advantage. Qin Wushuang's great work made the entire Qin clan dumbstruck. Finally, they realized how monstrous this head chief of the Qin clan was. After a year of refining and activating this mustard cave dwelling, it had a myriad of phenomena and instantly outlined the strength of the Qin clan. Each day, Qin Wushuang polished the exterior and did his best to perfect it. After a year of hard work, he finally made the exterior defense watertight. Now, Qin Wushuang was extremely confident that even if the Golden Crow were to arrive now, it would be like an ant trying to shake a giant tree. It would be impossible for it to succeed. This morning, I went out to take care of business. When I came back, I felt okay. Unexpectedly, when I took my son out to play in the evening, old Bull got heat stroke. For the entire night, I felt dizzy and tossed for a few hours. I felt a little refreshed as I gritted my teeth to write. It was truly a chapter that I endured. Brothers, please don't look down on old Bull, I really could not hold it. It also explains another problem. Yesterday's chapter said that Qin Wushuang did not reach the genuine Supreme Tao stage. That was definitely a mistake. Old Bull already corrected it. Everything will be based on the previous chapter. Let's promote a new book. Book title: Demonic Extermination, book number 1985480. Introduction. Say, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Xiao Etian said indifferently, pick up the butcher's knife and enter the demonic state instantly. You are not fast enough, go back to the temple and chant. This book is definitely hot-blooded, shocking, and tyrannical. Exorcist and righteous, come, come, people who enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. People who slay demons and exorcist devils, feel free to come in. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 884. The refinement of the mustard cave dwelling had greatly increased the safety of the Qin clan. This way, Qin Wushuang would have more confidence in his solitary training. Even if that golden crow did not have eyes and came to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Qin Wushuang would have enough trump cards to deal with it. Just this mustard cave dwelling alone would not be something that the golden crow could break through. Although the golden crow was powerful, under the current rules of the Tian Shen land, it would be impossible for it to break the restraints of the genuine Supreme Tao stage and enter the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage. Taking a step back, even if the golden crow could enter the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage, as this mustard cave dwelling continued to be refined, its defensive power would also keep increasing. It would be impossible for ordinary Heavenly Supreme Tao stage experts to break through. As for the situation at the Eastern Sea, Qin Wushuang was not in a rush to get involved. Since senior brother Li Buyi had already gone to the Eastern Sea, he believed that certainly he would have a plan. He would not allow the golden crow to keep acting arrogant. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, another few years had passed. Now, it had been exactly 15 years since Qin Wushuang ascended to the Heavenly Emperor position. Finally, the Tianxian land welcomed another pageant that would only happen once every few thousand years. The opening of the God-discarding door. Any gathering hosted by the totem powerhouses could not be compared to the fortuitous opportunities at the God-discarding door. In these years, Qin Wushuang's strength did not increase greatly. However, he did gain something. Currently, Qin Wushuang was already at the fourth calamity of the genuine Supreme Tao stage. In 15 years, not only did he break through the restraints of the transformation Supreme Tao stage, he also trained to the fourth calamity of the genuine Supreme Tao stage. This is definitely an exceptional achievement. Inside the upright morality hall, it was still the same old rules. All people above the core disciple level were qualified to attend. In these dozen years of development, the Qin clan had entered a golden period. Elite warriors inside the Qin clan had also emerged like bamboo shoots after the rain. Although no new Supreme Tao elite warriors had appeared, many elite warriors had entered the exquisite mysterious boundary stage from the perfect void martial stage. These elite warriors of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage were the preparatory echelons of the Supreme Tao stage. Now, the Qin clan had an extremely perfect elite training system. Each echelon had a clear training method. This allowed the development of the entire Qin clan to appear orderly. When Qin Wushuang saw this joyous scene, he felt extremely gratified. He glanced across the entire scene and said leisurely, "Everyone, from your expressions, I see the future of the Qin clan. Very good. Everyone must have worked very hard in the past 10 years. I hope that everyone will continue to do so. Now, The Qin clan is in a flourishing stage of development. We must use this opportunity to widen the gap with the other sects and shake them off. In fact, not to mention Qin Wushuang, even ordinary disciples of the Qin clan had naturally raised their outlook. They no longer put themselves on the same level as the other sects of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Their gazes had reached a whole new level. Now, all disciples of the Qin clan knew that they had a genius head chief and a powerful backer. Head chief, the god-discarding door will open in half a year's time. Now, everyone was restless, waiting for the Star River order to come down. The Qin clan is the Heavenly Emperor Gate, we should have many spots, right? Qin Wushuang muttered to himself irresolutely, don't worry about this, I will take care of it. Everyone only needs to train seriously. No one can take the spots that belong to us. Everyone in the Qin clan was extremely confident in this young head chief. Hearing his words, no one would doubt it. Initially, many disciples of the Qin clan had witnessed the confrontation between Qin Wushuang and Shen Yuanyang, the paramount totem elite warrior. The entire Qin clan had always been proud of this. Since ancient times, not many people dared to challenge the totem clan. It was the fortune of the Qin clan that they had such a young chief with awe-inspiring temperament. Head chief, last time you asked me to make some changes to the higher-ups of the Qin clan. After thinking for a long time, I have an initial idea, please take a look. Now, Qin Chongyang was still the general manager of the secular affairs of the Qin clan. He was equivalent to the internal butler of the Qin clan. Qin Wushuang took it and looked at it for a moment. A trace of an appreciative smile was revealed on his face as he nodded. Good, this is a good plan. For the Qin clan, the higher-ups need to clearly divide the work. There are 3 major chiefs and 5 minor chiefs. There are also the Grand Elder Courtyard, Honored Warrior Hall, Elder Hall, Guardian Hall, and the Ascending Dragon Slope for the core disciples. Initially, the division is meticulous, yet the division of work is not clear enough. Qin Yunran nodded. Yes, in the past, the Qin clan still placed too much emphasis on individual training. For the entire Qin clan, we lacked some overall planning. Of course, there was a historical reason for this. Back then, head chief Qin Xiaotian was focused on training to prepare for the Heavenly Emperor competition. He did not have the time to get involved with these secular affairs. Qin Yunran had a relatively rough personality. For such constructive problems, perhaps he could give some suggestions. However, it would be difficult for him to have an overall idea. Qin Chongyang did have this talent, yet after all, he was only the 3rd chief. For some matters, without the authorization of the head chief, it would not be appropriate for him to act in a domineering manner. Most importantly, the Qin clan had been suppressed by the Shin clan. Although they still had their strength of character, they did not have enough confidence in terms of temperament. Plus, the supreme Dao elite warriors of the Qin clan at that time were incomparable to the current ones. They also did not possess the conditions to clearly divide the work. Currently, the Qin clan had entered the flourishing period and was developing vigorously. Naturally, they needed a detailed plan. Qin Chongyang connected his usual ideas and added some improvisation. He had made an extremely detailed plan. Currently, Qin Lianshan also held the position of an elder of the Qin clan. Although in terms of strength, he had not reached the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, the quasi-supreme Dao stage, compared to ordinary elders, his strength was already superior. Plus with his special identity, although he was an elder, he did not have a lower position than those honored warriors. He also enjoyed the treatment of an honored warrior. Da Shiming was at the peak of the common mysterious stage and was close to the supreme Dao stage. The pupil surpassed the master. Although he was only an honored warrior with a different surname at the Qin clan, at the honored warrior hall, he had grasped great authority. The entire Qin clan was full of vigor. Those ancestors of the Qin clan that were initially held back by Jitong were also completely released due to Qin Wushuang. However, these ancestors were already old and not many of them had outstanding strength. On the contrary, among the younger generation, there were a few with good potential. They could be considered as cousins of Qin Wushuang. Qin Lianshan stepped out and let them stay at the aspiring throne mountain to train. The rest went to the Plainfield Qin clan to enjoy their retirement. The Plainfield Qin clan was the ancestral home of Qin Wushuang's ancestor, Qin Yu. The current head of the clan was Qin Yi, Qin Yu's brother. Of course, they could not refuse. Currently, the Plainfield Qin clan was extremely proud. It was because the current head chief of the Qin clan, Qin Wushuang, the master of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, was the bloodline of the Plainfield Qin clan. Just this point alone was enough for the Plainfield Qin clan to be proud for a few thousand years. Ever since Qin Wushuang had sat on the seat of the head chief, he had not returned to the Plainfield Qin clan. However, Qin Lianshan had returned many times. Those surrounding branches of the Qin clan had never believed that the Plainfield Qin clan was the ancestral home of the current Heavenly Emperor. Only when Qin Lianshan had returned to his ancestral home, plus the return of these disciples of the Eastward Qin clan, it had served as evidence. This had allowed the status of the Plainfield Qin clan to rise with the tide. They had become the most famous branch of the Qin clan within 10,000 miles. Not to mention their old enemy, the Redwater Qin clan, even those original strongest branches of the Qin clan had to look up to the existence of the Plainfield Qin clan. Of course, all of this was thanks to Qin Wushuang. Just when everyone was discussing matters related to the god discarding door in harmony at the Upright Morality Hall, a disciple came in from outside the door to report that the Stargaze Palace of the human countries had requested an audience. When Qin Wushuang heard the words Stargaze Palace, his eyes instantly lit up. The Stargaze Palace was the first stage where Qin Wushuang's path of training had taken off. Using the words of his former world, the Stargaze Palace was Qin Wushuang's alma mater. Although Qin Wushuang's focus was on the Qin clan, the experience of the Stargaze Palace still held a precious position in Qin Wushuang's heart. It could be said that the position of the Stargaze Palace in Qin Wushuang's heart did not belong to the Qin clan. Haha, everyone, the Stargaze Palace is the starting platform for my martial arts training. My teachers took great care of me in the past. Especially my teacher Tan Zhongqi, he treated me like his own son. A teacher for a day, a father for life. The head chief never forgets his roots. This is a beautiful story. Yes, the Stargaze Palace has nurtured such an exceptional head chief for the Qin clan. The Qin clan has no reason to not respect the Stargaze Palace. When Qin Wushuang heard everyone's words, he felt extremely gratified inwardly. He laughed, "Everyone, come with me to welcome them." Everyone nodded and agreed. Qin Lianshan also had a good impression of the Stargaze Palace. In fact, many of the Eastward Qin clan's crises had been solved through the Stargaze Palace. Initially, during the battle at the Green Jade Mountain, the outside world thought that Qin Wushuang had died. That martial saint from the enemy country had set his eyes on the Eastward Qin clan. It was Tan Zhongqi who had rushed over thousands of miles to help. Qin Lianshan had always remembered this kindness. When he heard that people from the Stargaze Palace had come, he was also extremely excited. This time, the Stargaze Palace was bustling with activity. From the 5 palace masters to the advanced disciples, more than 100 people had come. Although these disciples from the Stargaze Palace were not on par with the Qin clan, it did not stop them from receiving the highest level of reception. Even if they did not look at the monk, they would look at the Buddha. Just the fact that the head chief was from the sect in the past was enough to explain everything. Chapter 885. Tan Zhongqi and Zhuobuchuan were able to keep their composure. They were able to chat and laugh with the higher-ups of the Qin clan. The other 3 palace masters also forced themselves not to have stage fright. For the other disciples that were originally disciples of Qin Wushuang, besides senior brother Wei Yi and Zhao Muji, even Zhu Fu, who was from the same sect as Qin Wushuang, felt somewhat nervous under such circumstances. They only used their eyes to peek at Qin Wushuang from time to time. For such a scene, clearly they could not communicate with Qin Wushuang without any hindrance like they did at the Stargaze Palace. On the contrary, Qin Wushuang did not put on any airs. He walked to the core disciples of the Stargaze Palace with a chuckle and greeted the disciples that had fought with him in the past. Regardless of whether he was the Heavenly Emperor or not, Zhao Muji punched Qin Wushuang's shoulder with his fist. Good junior brother Qin, how many years has it been? You didn't even give us a heads up before you threw us all out. As Qin Wushuang looked at Zhao Muji and Wei Yi, his brows moved slightly. Inwardly, he was overjoyed. Senior brothers, congratulations. From the looks of it, all of you are only a step away from the supreme divine Tao. In the past, Zhao Muji and Wei Yi were captured by Xin Tianwu at the Eastern Metal Sea. At the most crucial moment, Li Buyi had stepped out to save them. He had helped them to be reborn and increased their talent and foundation by more than 10 times. Back then, Li Buyi had asserted that in 10 years, because of these two, the Stargaze Palace would have the power to march into the Xian Yuan Mound. If they developed at their best speed, they would even have the chance to march into the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Unfortunately, Zhao Muji and Wei Yi had trained in the human countries. After all, the environment was not the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Therefore, when the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates went to war, they did not develop to the most ideal stage. Now, another 15 years had passed. These two had developed at the same time and climbed to the peak of the common mysterious stage. They were only one step away from that supreme Tao stage. The rapid progress of these two had led a group of disciples of the Stargaze Palace. It had allowed the power of the Stargaze Palace to increase tremendously. Currently, Zhuo Buchuan, the head palace master, and Tan Zhongqi, the second palace master, both possessed the fortune of the perfect void martial stage and were one step away from entering the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. With their cultivation level, because they didn't have any supreme Tao elite, it might be questionable if they were to be called a first-rate force. However, if they were to be called a second-rate force, then they were definitely qualified. Therefore, if the Stargaze Palace wanted to march to the Xian Yuan to march to the Xian Yuan Mound too. Unfortunately, the 5 palace masters had deep feelings for the Stargaze Palace. They could not bear to part with their foundation in the human countries, especially the layout of the Stargaze Palace. It to the Stargaze to the palace to the to see, to time to the Stargaze to the palace to Zhongqi. To the to stop to the to go. To the to speak to the to the she to the 9, to the end. To the end to they to the two to come to the end. Anyways, now that the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect only exists in name and the mountain gate is desolate, we can develop it. The foundation of the Stargaze Palace can be built on the territory of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. In the past, that Heavenly Luo Daoist sect had destroyed the buildings of the Stargaze Palace. Now, it's natural for us to occupy their territory. This is karma. Qin Chongyang chuckled and said, Hall Masters, I really have to congratulate all of you. Perhaps, the mountain gate of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect is somewhat inferior to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. However, outside the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, it is definitely a first-rate territory. If the head chief uses his divine skills to unblock the spiritual ley lines, the mountain gate of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect will make the rise of the Stargaze Palace much easier. Zhuo Buchuan and Tan Zhongqi exchanged a glance and nodded. If it's the territory of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, we will not have any psychological burden when we occupy it. Qin Wushuang laughed. Okay, the territory of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect will be renamed to the Stargaze Palace. Head Palace Master, Teacher, you don't need to worry about the foundation of the mountain gate. In the worst case, when I have mastered my skills, I will use my divine skills to move the entire layout of the Stargaze Palace there. This way, you don't need to reminisce about the past every day. Both Zhuo Buchuan and Tan Zhongqi were overjoyed. Ha, Palace Masters, since my head chief has spoken, the Stargaze Palace should prepare to move. In the future, when we arrive at the Xian Yuan Mound, everyone will be a family. Since we are close, we can move around and take care of each other. Qin Yunran also laughed. To speak the truth, The Stargaze Palace can only walk further and achieve higher achievements by entering the mainstream training of the Shen Yuan Mound. Tan Zhongqi laughed. The words of the second chief are right. If the Stargaze Palace can grow stronger and produce a few supreme Dao elite warriors, even when we arrive at the underworld, we will feel deeply proud when we see our ancestors. When the teacher had matters to attend to, the disciple would take care of it. Even if he was a heavenly emperor now, this kind of mentality would never change. Tan Zhongqi had helped Qin Wushuang during his most difficult moment when he was suppressed by the old devil Ji Yin to the point where he could be killed at any moment. Just this relationship between teacher and disciple was enough for Qin Wushuang to never forget his teacher's kindness for the rest of his life. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 886. Qin Wushuang worked extremely hard for the Stargaze Palace. When he arrived at the former site of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, he saw that the once flourishing heavenly Luo Daoist sect was now barren. All disciples of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had completely collapsed after Qin Wushuang had ascended to the heavenly emperor position. Considering the grudge between the heavenly Luo Daoist sect and Qin Wushuang, how could they dare to linger? When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The vast heavenly Luo Daoist sect had become an abandoned place. People had always wanted to acquire the territory of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect from Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang had never agreed. Inside his head, he had always planned how to settle the Stargaze Palace. Indeed, the territory of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect was the most suitable. Although the floating snow house and the misty sword sect had their original territories, it would not be kind enough to order them to give it up. Such style of doing things where one's own people would suffer losses was not Qin Wushuang's usual style. Naturally, to plan the territory, one must strike at the enemy's head. Since the heavenly Luo Daoist sect was afraid of Qin Wushuang seeking revenge, it would be a waste not to use their territory. Although Qin Wushuang had wreaked havoc at the heavenly Luo Daoist sect and destroyed the power of the ley lines, in the end, Qin Wushuang still felt that the territory of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect was incredibly attractive. If developed properly, it could be used as a sturdy fortress. Therefore, when the Stargaze Palace had come to him and made this request, Qin Wushuang did not consider it at all. He thought of the territory of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect directly. Qin Wushuang was incredibly efficient. In a month, he had dredged the underground ley lines of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. He also performed his great divine skills to open up an escape route for the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. For this underground passage, Qin Wushuang had built it in an extremely secretive manner. Even if the elite warriors from the outside world were to break in, most likely they would not discover it easily. This passage opened towards the direction of the Qin clan. In case of emergency, they could escape through this passage. Unfortunately, Qin Wushuang was not an elite warrior at the heavenly supreme Dao stage. Or else, he would have opened a transportation channel directly to connect to the Qin clan. This would be the safest way. This time, Qin Lianshan was also very supportive. He dispatched a group of people from the Plainfield Qin clan and started to rebuild all kinds of buildings on the territory of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. They designed the buildings according to the specifications of the Stargaze Palace. Initially, Qin Wushuang had promised to move the buildings of the Stargaze Palace with the mountain moving technique. Now, it seemed unnecessary. Shen Yuan Yang opened his mouth to speak. Everyone, the 60 soaring Galaxia commanding plates are already in the hands of the Shen Yuan totem clan. I believe there is no need for me to elaborate on what kind of opportunity this is. Everyone's desire for the soaring Galaxia commanding plates has already explained everything. I will not speak any more nonsense. I believe everyone is most concerned about the distribution. Everyone did not make a sound. Inwardly, they were fully alert to hear how Shen Yuanyang was going to distribute it. Especially Qin Wushuang, when he saw Yang Beifei and Lei Yiming, he could not help but feel angry. Although the Xin clan was destroyed, these two houses were smart enough to withdraw from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and went into hiding. However, when he saw them under such circumstances, although Qin Wushuang would not deliberately target them, it was clearly impossible for him to greet them with a smiling face. He knew that in the end, the Shen Yuan clan still restrained their fear of the rise of the Qin clan. A powerful Heavenly Emperor Gate would not be a good thing to the Shen Yuan clan. Especially since this Heavenly Emperor Gate had the support of Li Buyi, it made the Shen Yuan clan restrained their fear even more. Clearly, Shen Yuanyang wanted to whet everyone's appetite as he slowly opened his mouth to speak. Everyone, per the old rules, for the 60 soaring Galaxia commanding plates, the Shen Yuan totem clan will take 15. Among them, we will take 5 for each of the elementary, intermediate, and advanced ones. The remaining will be divided fairly among all the sects at the scene. Although it was a fair distribution, it would depend on how the totem clan would arrange it. If the totem clan sat crooked, it would be difficult to guarantee 100% fairness. When everyone heard that the totem clan had taken 5 advanced soaring Galaxia commanding plates directly, they more or less held a grudge. The totem clan was too ruthless, they took away half of the advanced soaring Galaxia commanding plates. How could they let others live? Qin Wushuang was rather calm. He wanted to see how this Shen Yuanyang would arrange it. The Heavenly Emperor Gate is the butler of the Shen Yuan Mound, the master of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. According to the rules, you can get 8 soaring Galaxia commanding plates. Among them, you can get 1 advanced soaring Galaxia commanding plate, 2 intermediate ones, and 5 elementary ones. Being an old sect, the Yun clan is on par with the Heavenly Emperor Gate in terms of strength. You can get 7. 1 advanced one, 2 intermediate ones, and 4 elementary ones. The remaining sects will compete for the other 30 commanding plates. Does anyone have any objections? After Shen Yuanyang finished speaking, he looked around with a smile. He wanted to see everyone's attitude. On the other hand, the Yun clan was incredibly peaceful and somewhat surprised. It was an unexpected surprise that they were only 1 plate away from the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Since the Shen Yuan clan had made the decision, most likely the others would not have any objections. Just when everyone thought this distribution method was set, an indifferent voice emerged from the Qin clan. May I ask, Sir Yang, what is the standard for the distribution of this advanced soaring Galaxia commanding plate? The person who spoke was Qin Wushuang. A calm smile hung on his face as if he was only curious about this question. Shen Yuanyang said with an indifferent tone, historically, the Shen Yuan clan has always distributed it according to the rules. There is no clear rule. Chief Qin, do you have any good suggestions? Qin Wushuang revealed an indifferent smile. This soaring Galaxia commanding plate is a great opportunity for the major forbidden spiritual zones to change their status. Personally, I think it's better to have a rule. Achem? Shen Yuanyang raised his eyebrow. Since this soaring Galaxia commanding plate is related to the exploration opportunities inside the God discarding door, of course it should belong to those with power. Especially for the advanced soaring Galaxia commanding plate, there needs to be a rule. For the advanced soaring Galaxia commanding plate, we have always considered the genuine Supreme Dao elite warriors first. Each genuine Supreme Dao elite warrior gets 1. If there is not enough, we will consider the competition. Qin Wushuang laughed. In this case, the Qin clan should not only get 1 advanced soaring Galaxia commanding plate. As soon as he spoke these words, instantly thick dark clouds covered Shen Yuanyang's complexion. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 887. This was not the first time. Xian Yuanyang shot a cold glance at Qin Wushuang. He suppressed his anger forcefully and asked, Chief Qin, according to you, how many soaring Galaxia commanding plates should we get? Qin Wushuang seemed to not care about Xian Yuanyang's murderous gaze as he said, if we are to consider the genuine Supreme Dao elite warriors first, then my Qin clan has as many as 3 genuine Supreme Dao elite warriors. No matter what, we should not only get 1 advanced soaring Galaxia commanding plate. Qin Wushuang did not argue fiercely. His words were reasonable and it made it difficult for Xian Yuanyang to flare up. 3 genuine Supreme Dao elite warriors? I would like to ask. Qin Wushuang counted with his fingers. My Grand Elder Xiaotian has always been an elite warrior of the Supreme Dao. Everyone can testify, this is the first one. Being the head chief of the Qin clan, I also trained to the genuine Supreme Dao stage by luck. This is the second one. As for the third one, it's my assistant, Bao Bao, with the bloodline of the ancient spiritual monkey. He also just broke into the genuine Supreme Dao stage. This is the third one. Xian Yuanyang was astonished. He looked at Qin Wushuang and sensed it carefully. Qin Wushuang also released some genuine Supreme Dao presence appropriately. Good, indeed heroes come from the young. Xian Yuanyang kept sneering. Then that ancient spiritual monkey, during the Heavenly Emperor Mountain competition, didn't he already become the guardian divine beast of the floating snow house? I don't know that he still occupies a spot in your Qin clan. It's not that he must occupy the spot of the Qin clan. If he did not, of course it would be better. However, Bao Bao is indeed at the genuine Supreme Dao stage. If we prioritize the genuine Supreme Dao elite warriors, of course he is qualified to get one. Of course, if we are talking about competition, he would not have any problems. Only in terms of the procedure, there is a sequence. At this moment, Bao Bao also stepped out. Yes, Sir Yang, I am a disciple of the Monkey Clan and have always been an old powerhouse of the Shen Yuan Mound. At this time, we cannot favor one and discriminate against the other. If they prioritized the genuine Supreme Dao, it would be unfair if they did not give the advanced soaring Galaxia commanding plate. This sort of reputation was something that the Shen Yuan clan could not afford to lose. In desperation, Xian Yuanyang could only take a step back. Fine. Since there is a genuine Supreme Dao elite, we should respect the rules. The Qin clan received 2 advanced soaring Galaxia commanding plates and lost 1 primary soaring Galaxia commanding plate. Bao Bao, with the bloodline of the ancient spiritual monkey, received an advanced soaring Galaxia commanding plate. The remaining one will be fought over by all the clans. Everyone was very concerned and admired this little junior brother of theirs. As for 7th, Miao Shu, he was the last to enter the sect. His strength was also behind. However, this Miao Shu had a strong personality and hated evil as if it was his personal enemy. What was more rare was his fiery temperament and meticulousness. This allowed Miao Shu to become Li Buyi's most trusted one. He only allowed Miao Shu to move around in the secular world and learn about different kinds of confidence. When the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples gathered together, clearly they had important matters to discuss. Everyone locked their gaze onto Li Buyi's face. All along, this frivolous senior brother had been their spiritual core. Everyone knew that with their teacher gone, in fact, senior brother was half their teacher. Therefore, in everyone's heart, Li Buyi was both a teacher and a father figure. 2nd, 3rd. At this occasion, we don't need to be courteous. Tell us about the soaring of Galaxia barrier. Li Yifeng shot a glance at Xiao Yishuan. Xiao Yishuan knew that Li Yifeng wanted him to speak as he did not decline. Senior brother, the soaring of Galaxia barrier seems to be stable recently. However, there was a period of intense activity a few dozen years ago. According to our repeated speculations, if there are no major accidents, this soaring of Galaxia barrier will last at least 8,000 years. As for the upper limit, it will not exceed 12,000 years. Senior brother, time is running out. Yi Chongtian mumbled, Senior brother, this time we must not hesitate. Regardless of the casualties, we must let them go through the maze after the 9th stage. If we are not willing to explore deeper due to fear of death, in the long term, our Tian Shenland will not have a future. Yes, senior brother, this time you must not stop them. Whether they live or die, it will all depend on their strength and luck. Even if they drag out an ignoble existence now, when the soaring of Galaxia barrier breaks, they will still become the foreign slaves. It's better to give it their all now. Even if they die, they will die happily and live comfortably. Xiao Yishuan also tried to persuade him. Hua Xie did not speak much as he only nodded. It's better to die standing than to live kneeling. Kai Hengyu, the 6th, chuckled. Senior brother, we must give them some pressure. Or else, we will never be able to explore the end of the god-discarding maze. Time waits for no one. 8,000 years, it's too urgent. Although Li Yifeng and Miao Shu did not speak, in fact one could see everything from their expression. They also hoped to increase the exploration efforts. After Li Buyi finished listening to everyone's opinions, he laughed. Brothers, you truly have the same idea as me. I had originally planned to give everyone more pressure this time. Instead of waiting for the foreign tribes to invade and die miserably, it's better to give it our all and charge through the god-discarding maze. What if the god-discarding maze brings a new turning point for the Tian Shenland? One thing was certain, inside the god-discarding maze, treasures were piled up like mountains. As long as one was willing to charge through and come out alive, certainly there would be tremendous gains. Senior brother, since junior brother has already appeared, I think our bitter days should almost come to an end, right? Haha, I am really looking forward to it. I wonder what teacher has prepared for junior brother. Senior brother, how is junior brother's current strength? 3rd or 4th calamity of the genuine supreme Tao stage? Li Buyi gave a light sigh and still felt somewhat regretful. It would be great if he could dash to the 9th calamity. I really want to get rid of the predicament of the Tian Shenland as soon as possible. Upon hearing Li Buyi's words, everyone's expression became solemn. Indeed, they needed an outlet for tens and thousands of years of suppression. Today it seems to be better. However, during the day, I had to go out to decorate. Rest early and try to write more tomorrow. Let's stop here for today. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.